St. Albert, and Century Mile.
This hockey season, they're all in at Metal Supermarkets. They were even practicing the wave around the lunchroom table. Till Bob's soup splattered everywhere.
I'm so hungry.
Poor Bob. Oh, well, gotta love the passion. Speaking of which, their team is all in on cutting metal to your exact specifications. And fast. Metal Supermarkets, the local convenience stores for Southside, West End, metalsupermarkets.com.
This month in Sports History Moment is brought to you by Discount Diesel Parts.
November 11th, 1984. The Flyers halted the Oilers' 15-game unbeaten streak to start the season with a 7-5 win. Wayne Gretzky scored 2 goals for Edmonton, but a goal by Mark Howe that broke a 4-4 tie propelled the Flyers to victory. The Oilers got the ultimate revenge 6 months later when they whipped Philadelphia in 5 games to win the Stanley Cup.
Hi, folks. This is Big Al from Discount Diesel Parts. Interstate McBee is a highly respected manufacturer with over 70 years' experience in the heavy-duty diesel engine parts industry. And as an authorized dealer, we've been serving Western Canada with those high-quality engine parts for highway trucks, farm machinery, heavy equipment, transit, and marine, and at a great price, too. Reach us at discountdiesel.ca and know that Discount Diesel's got the parts to get it done.
1440, Stingray Radio Station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Have your sports curiosity cured.
Tonight has been exceptional.
Markstrom strikes pass. He single-handedly brings the Devils back and wins it in overtime.
A veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
McBain here to take the draw against Peyton Krebs. Utah wins it. Marino trying to get a shot towards the net. It was blocked out high by Dunn, picked off by Paterka. Paterka's in. He shoots. He scores! Jay Paterka against his old team, and it's tied early in the third.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
And now Roslovic rolls to the net. Snapshot fought off by Vladar. He'll leave it. Lead pass broken up. Woman had it well defended. Flyers canceled out. Turnover. Roslovic up to Savannah for the win. Roslovic scores. Edmonton prevails 2-1 in overtime.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, here we go for Saul 540. Thursday, November the 13th. It's back-to-back jacks for the Oilers in overtime. Jack Roslovic comes through in a 2-1 Oilers win last night in Philadelphia. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440, presented by Sports Select on your AM radio dial. So glad you could join us for a little bit of your morning here. Really appreciate it. You can also watch us right now, too, on YouTube on Sports 1440 AM. Drop us a like, a subscription. We would appreciate that. Also on X, Facebook, Instagram. We're always streaming on iHeartRadio, Radio Player Canada, TuneIn app, sports1440.ca. If you miss any part of any show, well, you can find it where all the podcasts hang out on Apple, Spotify, Google, even Amazon. Just subscribe, select the auto download. You'll never miss a second of any show. Well, it's back-to-back Jackson. It's back-to-back games for the Oilers after winning last night in Philadelphia. Oilers off to Columbus tonight, looking to make it 3 in a row. Man, so many overtime games across the league, and the Oilers have had a whack of them already. But win last night, snatching a victory from the jaws of defeat to improve to 8-6-4. I'm sure a lot of people, and I was just over at K97 doing my morning hit, even old Pete Panotsky turned his TV off when the Philadelphia Flyers appeared to take the lead on a goal from Travis Konechny. But after review, Owen Tippett was offside by a hair. That's on him, man. It's got to be awareness. He's out of the play. Got to be on him. It's awareness, and everyone can talk about how close things are. And, the rule was meant for this, meant for that. The rule is what it is. So just, the difference between Tippett and what Jack Roslovic did in overtime, it's night and day. I mean, it's awareness, dragging the foot. And even Roslovic is looking up at the Jumbotron because he's not sure, was a close? Was my leg still okay there? But man, did the tables turn from where the Oilers thought that they had coughed up a late goal with 24 seconds left to lose in regulation, to then get the point and then get the second point in overtime again. Quite fortunate because everyone just thought that this game was over. And, the Oilers come back to beat Columbus the other night. And now they pick up a big win to start this 7-game road trip. Massive win when you're thinking about the big picture and what a successful road trip is. If they can get something tonight in Columbus, you're off to a pretty good start. And then you start to get settled in on the trip because you got Carolina on Saturday. That'll be 3 games in 4 days. And then you got Buffalo coming up. So it's about settling in, getting used to being on the road for a little bit. But, there was a time, yesterday's game, the Oilers totally shut down Philadelphia for that part of the latter stages of the first period into the second, about 16 minutes without a shot on goal. Philly didn't look like they were doing anything, and the Oilers played quite responsibly. They had the possession arrow for the better part of the game, and it was one of their better puck and personnel support games where they were supporting each other and being a little more connected. What's next now? It's just about penetration. That's the next step, about getting inside the perimeter more and penetrating for scoring chances more. Text 833-401-1440. Stair Farmer chimes in, and that's where we're going to go next. Good morning. Savoy's playing good in all parts of the game. He's playing good. Well, he had 2 assists last night. Stair Farmer, he had just over 16 minutes time of ice. He had 2 assists. He was obviously +2, set up the game winner on a 2-on-0, nifty give and go and return to sender with Jack Roslovic. And he's starting to find his way more and more and getting more comfortable day in, day out. Now, I think the goals, the points are going to start to come a little bit more. And what can you say about Roslovic? That's 2 goals, 2 games in overtime, 2-game winners. Really nice effort on that. And that started with Jake Wallman on that play. And then, I think the Flyers were sort of discombobulated in the neutral zone, ends up to be a 2-on-0. Could have been a tug. I can't remember the defenseman. It might have even been Sealer. Could have been a tug on Roslovic that wasn't called, but ends up to be the overtime winner. Stu Skinner, pretty solid game. 20 saves. The Oilers totally dominated. We talked about possession. Well, possession starts with faceoffs. And the Oilers were basically a 2-1 winner on every draw on the night, 67+% in the faceoff dot. So you start with possession, you got it, and they hung on to it. And again, possession's fine and dandy. But there's times where when you have possession, you have to initiate a little bit more. And if you're looking at things from, you hate to be negative on something where this team, the fragility of it in the last little while has been there, but that's the one thing that can be added to this game that the Oilers are employing right now. The possession is there, but now it's about the penetration and the initiation and trying to create a few more scoring opportunities than just staying, around the perimeter. Connor McDavid had another point last night, so he's got a 6-game point scoring streak, 4 goals, 7 assists in that span. He's on a good roll here right now. Don't think we'll see Zach Hyman tonight. Give him a couple more days, I guess. He's got to get cleared by the medical staff. We've been talking about that for quite a while here. We're coming up to 6 months that he hasn't played, and not just haven't played because obviously it's the off season, but it's about the rehab and the healing, because this was such a serious injury. People don't realize the severity of it. So maybe we'll see him on Saturday. That the Oilers can hope that that's the date that he returns. And I think obviously Oiler fans have been waiting because he's what the doctor ordered. He's what the doctor ordered for sure. Across the league, a couple of notes that came out this morning. Shane Pinto signs a 4-year, $7.5 million extension in Ottawa. And, I don't know how many Oiler fans know. I think they do know who Larry Brooks from the New York Post, the writer. Larry passed away, and he wrote for the Post for, a long time. And he was, what's the crazy part of it all? Like you see the stuff on the highlights and the top 10s. It was a lot of his confrontations with John Tortorella that people, I think, if you're not in the New York media, that people would go, oh, yeah, that's Larry Brooks and Tortorella. They hate each other. Tortorella dislikes him. Brooks, he's being an ass to Tortorella. Tortorella is being a bigger ass towards Larry, going back and forth. But so much more than that. So much more than that. So anyway, Larry Brooks passed away, long time NHL writer, into the Hockey Hall of Fame. So something else had happened last night into the morning here. Hey, let's welcome in the Duke of Delburne on a Thursday morning, 7:10 in Edmonton. You're not like old Pete Panotsky over there. And he said 3 other listeners that sent a thing into K97. When the 2-1 goal was scored by Philadelphia, they all turned their TVs off last night.
No, I did not turn my TV off because even before the possibility of a review was brought to the viewer's attention, I mean, hey, there's still 20 some odd seconds left in the hockey game, and it ended up being over 30 with the review coming back a little bit. But listen, you can never write off this Oilers team. They have the potential. We saw that on Monday night against Columbus, even if they need a lucky bounce to make it happen sometimes. And hey, the hockey gods shine on them a little bit last night too with that offside call. Like you said, Kevin, it is it's on the player. It is offside, and I definitely think I would put myself in the camp of that doesn't really impact the play. That's not the spirit of the rule. I am in favor of that, but what do we talk about going back to salary cap rules and this and that? Like, the rule is the rule, and it is offside, and it's a really good catch by the Oilers video team. They seem to be on the ball on this type of thing more often than not. I'd be curious to see the overall challenge record since Chris Knobloch, since Chris Knobloch took over as head coach, or even, like I said, it was since Siegel became the team's video coach. So they seem to come in on the right side of it pretty frequently, and it gets them the extra point or a free point by getting it to overtime, and then they take advantage. The play by Wallman to step up in the neutral zone is a really savvy one in OT, and then a little bit of lazy play by Trevor Zegras, who I thought had a really good game up to that point. A lot of the Flyers did. The team really impressed me, actually, on Philadelphia's side of the ledger. I mean, I know they kind of were getting run roughshod over for a good stretch of 30-plus minutes. But I actually was pleasantly surprised by the roster, top to bottom, in both the forward and defense corps. But that's an aside. So big win for the Oilers. They obviously needed it to kick off this road trip. They get two big points, and now they'll see what they can do against a team they only played a few nights ago tonight in Columbus.
Well, the other thing, too, Nick Seeler hit Connor McDavid along the boards and, give him a little kind of little WWE action as well. And that's when Philadelphia started getting back in the game.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a big discussion between Delorier and Seeler, and Darnell Nurse was in there, and Frederick, and, they were just, yakking. But at that point is when Philadelphia started to get more involved, if you want to say, back in the game. Got to mention a couple of basketball notes from last night. SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, now with 30 points in 11 of 13 games. OKC hammers the Lakers 121-92. They are head and shoulders above every team in the league. It's not even close, it seems. I believe they've had 20-point leads in almost, besides that overtime game with Portland to start, I think 9 games so far, 20-point leads. Then the other one, Nikola Jokic last night, 55 points for Denver, 55, man. Denver beats the Clippers 130-116. So a couple of notes just from the NBA that really kind of caught a guy's eye. Coming up on the big program, well, the Duke sends out the lineup, and I'm really tickled. I think, big Sean Brown's coming on the program. I'm going, well, this is making sense to me. Brown, he's the hardest working man in hockey. And then Duke sends a thing, and Brownie says, I got to skate at whatever, 8 in the morning, 7 in the morning. So Sean Brown was in the lineup, then he's out of the lineup, and we have more than a capable replacement than our pre- and post-game show host, Andrew Walker. That's coming up right after the break to lead things off. We got Mark Spector and Frank Saravalli on a Thursday, the double-barrel hockey insider shotgun. So, I mean, both, and I mean, Frank would have known Larry Brooks quite well. Speck would have known Larry, I think, reasonably well, just with being involved and covering games and seeing guys over the course of 30 plus years. Maybe we'll get their thoughts on a writer that just passed away. Christopher Price from the Boston Globe covers the New England Patriots. He'll guest with us at 9:00. It's the Thursday night football game, the Jets and the Patriots. Ladislav Schmid will be by. He's fresh off his stint in Czech after he was gone last week. So Laddie will be by. And then an old buddy, an old teammate of Laddie's, Devin Dubnyk, old Doobie, the former Edmonton Oiler and NHL goaltender who's doing quite a bit of work in the media right now. Doobie will slide by in the 10:00 hour. So full show on Thursday, November the 13th. Oilers in Columbus tonight, so we'll bust that down and look back to last night with Andrew Walker when we come back on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne on Sports 1440 and Josh Fenwick, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Snow, colder weather, shorter days. November is officially here. But it doesn't all have to be bad news. If you're thinking about a new or used vehicle, now is the time. Massive savings, 0% financing, and don't forget tires at cost. Yes, that's right. We sell winter tires at cost. There's lots to celebrate in November. And as always, we'd like to thank all of those who have fought and served for our country. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country. Michelle and Colette are sisters. Sisters who don't agree on much, especially when it comes to which hockey team is the best.
Edmonton is the best, baby. Vancouver's #1.
Even when it comes to meat snacks from Wilhawks.
I love the Herrischweiner. The ham sausage rules.
But they will agree
Wilhawk beef jerky is the best.
it might just be the only thing Alberta hockey fans can agree on.
Others can try to imitate, but no one can duplicate Wilhawk beef jerky. Only available in Leduc. Get yours today, because you don't win friends with salad.
Weekly NFL giveaways, drink specials, huge screen TVs. The hits keep coming at First Round, Edmonton's NFL headquarters. Watch NFL football at First Round, and you could win a trip to your favorite NFL city for a regular season game next season. Catch NFL action Thursday nights, all day Sunday, starting with the Pro Bowl brunch from 10:30 to 2. Then Monday night with half-price boneless wings after 6 p.m. First Round, burgers, beer, sports. Downtown and Bourbon Street, West Edmonton Mall.
The job won't wait. Why should you? At AWS Welding Supplies and Repairs, conveniently located in Nisku, we've got everything you need to get it done. From product sales to servicing and calibrating machines, we're your one-stop shop. We're a proud, locally owned and operated business, committed to serving our community with a proven track record of customer service. Don't let a broken tool slow you down. We offer fast repairs and free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
Seriously, another door knocker? I really want to go solar, but these high-pressure tactics are exhausting.
And their prices are unbelievable. Before we do anything, let's call Great Canadian Solar. There's a better way to go solar. Great Canadian Solar provides honest advice and fair pricing to save you from overpaying. They're easy to deal with and will never put pressure on you to buy. As a trusted local business for over 15 years, Great Canadian Solar will support you in your solar journey. Visit greatcanadiansolar.com and call today to get started.
From the first face-off to the final whistle, Sports 1440 is your home for hockey talk. With live coverage, expert analysis, and pre- and post-game shows, we bring you closer to the game. Tune in 24/7, only on Sports 1440, Edmonton's sports station.
At jackpotcity.net, you can do amazing things with just one casino chip. Discover a world of incredible casino games with over 500 high-quality online slot games, including the world-renowned progressive jackpot slot Mega Moolah. Play for free at jackpotcity.net and get treated as a VIP 24/7. So visit jackpotcity.net today on your tablet, laptop, or mobile. Jackpot City, a whole world of casino games. 18 plus. Please play responsibly. This is not a gambling website.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in stock, ready to deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need when you need it 24/7, 365 every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Nectar.io. Learn more about how we can help your business automate processes, streamline operations, and save money at Nectar.io. Nectar.io, your business made better.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 7:20 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you here in the Sports 1440 studios in West Edmonton Mall. Time now for the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. Hey, are you thinking about swapping your tires? Well, you should be. Fountain Tires got up to 15% off right now. Great time to make the switch or grab a new set of tires before the rush hits. Check them out at fountaintire.com as we welcome in our pre- and post-game host, Andrew Walker, to the show. Good morning, Walks. Thanks for jumping on the big program this morning. Really appreciate it, big guy.
Yeah, no problem. Good morning. How are you guys?
Doing great here. A little cause for concern. I was just talking to the Duke in the break here about your concern for your own play on Tuesday hockey. Your performance apparently is a cause for your own concern. What's going on here, Walks?
Well, that's not true. That's not true. I am the thing about my game, it's always the same. So, I guess you could say I'm not a difference maker, but I was about minus a billion, but I actually thought I was pretty good. But my goalie there sitting to your right had a save percentage of about 270. So, he gave me a lot of minuses, but he was probably mad at me. So, but he was still, I can't wait till he gets back from Mexico. It's going to be great.
Yeah, he hasn't got back yet here either, for sure. I mean, when Duke goes in net for you guys, he's a defenseman for the most part, plays forward sometimes, but he's not a goalie. But
I've never seen him skate. He's a good goalie. He's a good battler. We recruited him to be our regular on our Tuesday skate out at Nate there. But word on the street is he's going to be suiting up in gear this Friday afternoon. So I'm excited to see him play, and who knows, he'll probably just be some stud, and then I'll be humbled.
Well, hey, I'm just watching the Devils and Hawks highlights in a rerun here in studio. When I think of goaltending in the Duke, I'm picturing him as Jacob Markstrom on that first goal that Connor Bedard scored, where Markstrom was out flailing and like a dead seal about 15 feet in front of the crease.
Yeah, like that, except he's not built like Markstrom. He's built more like Chris Terreri.
I was going to say Gump Worsley.
Yeah, Turk Broda. Yeah,
exactly. Turk Broda,
yeah,
Gump Worsley.
Yeah, he should actually recreate that. You know that old picture? I think it's Turk where he's eating pancakes. You should recreate that photo.
I think you know what, the guys in here, I think Josh got to do some a little bit of airbrushing, get a couple pictures of Turk Broda, and hey, there you go, and get Duke's picture on there. That's what we need.
He should just do like a whole summer Instagram of like he can do the Turk Broda pancake picture, do the beret upper deck picture where he's sitting with the rollerblades. You remember that one?
Yeah.
That was, I think it was his rookie card. Anyway, yeah, sitting on Venice Beach and in rollerblades. All those famous hockey pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
you can do one. You can be Gordie Howe and have your stick around little Brandon's neck.
Oh,
Remember
just like Gretz,
Howe
just like Howe and Gretz for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
Andrew Walker with us on Sports 1440. What'd you make of the game last night overall? And then just what was the reaction on post game?
I mean, it was just it just felt like a pleasure. It in the sense of the Oilers have a whole bucket load of wins, probably more than they deserve. I think there's been like 3 games where you're actually thinking, yeah, they absolutely deserve to win this one. They played a really solid 40 to 50 minutes, and that was one of them, right? It was clearly their best game since the second night of the season against Vancouver, and it comes at a good time. Like they lose 9-1 to Colorado. Then that was a tremendous, exciting win a couple nights later at Rogers Place, and they needed it, but they weren't that good, right? Like we can all admit there, like McDavid pulled them out of the fire, and that happens. But I thought last night was the really good response. Now it's Philly, right? They're not world beaters, but at one point, they'll shoot them 24-5 or whatever. They were just really, really solid. They won a ton of battles. They supported the puck. The only thing you can say, there wasn't a ton of finish there, but give credit to Vladar. He's always played the Oilers pretty well, and I'm a big believer in if you do the right things, if you play the right way, you're just going to make your own breaks. And they got a break late in the game with that offside call. But again, I puck don't lie, right? That's a puck don't lie game for me. I thought they played really well. I thought they deserved it. And we'll see how the rest of this road trip goes. But that's a really positive step.
Matthew Savoy, once Zach Hyman returns, Hyman automatically goes with Connor McDavid. That's a no-brainer. Do you think Matt Savoy stays up there for a little while?
I think so. And I wonder if they even told him that. Like, I felt like last night, like he's a young player, right? He's going to have moments where he's overwhelmed and what have you. But I felt like last night he played with this freedom and energy that we haven't really seen. And I'm not a big, play the kids because they're kids and you owe it to them. I don't care about that at all. You want to play the guy that can give you the most in that spot. And, Savoy obviously brings the speed up, has good hands. Last night he was involved offensively for one of the first times this year. Yeah, I give him a little bit of a run. I'm not going to be crying in my oatmeal if it doesn't work out. But yeah, you're right. Hyman goes right back with McDavid. I think they really like that Draisaitl line right now. And Roslovic's been making me a believer. I'll say that. So yeah, who is that sixth guy? And can it be someone totally different at the deadline? But I was even talking last night, like, let's say he works out there and can play 5-on-5. Then you have Nuge as your third line center. And then at the deadline, you're going out and you get Alex Tuck or whatever. All of a sudden, a guy like that, who knows, maybe he's on your third line with Nuge. Like, that's how you build out depth in a lineup, right? And if you're humming, then you're in pretty good shape. But with Hyman and Nuge coming back, and I really am liking Roslovic, and I didn't think I would. I think that they'll be fine. Everyone knows they'll be fine.
Yeah, I would think now you got Mangiapane, RNH, and then figure out who your other winger is on that third line, and all of a sudden you got a lot more depth than what you've had. And circle back to Roslovic. I mean, he's such a smart player. You can see it. He's looking at areas, and here's the one thing that I've noticed when guys play with Leon, sometimes they look for Leon too much instead of seeing what else is available and forcing it in. And I think Roslovic fits into there. Do you notice that at all?
Yeah, it's the perfect mix of, like Trent Frederick playing with the big two guys to start the year. right? It was almost like a Make-A-Wish thing. It was like, I can't believe I'm here. I won the lottery. What do I do to help these guys? And it's just a little too much. Like, you got to be able to keep pace with them and have the intelligence, but also you have to be a little bit brash. Like, you can't always defer. And Roslovic just belongs playing with those two. And I was talking to texting a couple of hockey people last night, and we were talking about Roslovic because I was a little cynical, right? Like, yeah, 1.5, sure, I'd sign him, but is this really what they need? A smallish forward that has a history of not getting played in the postseason? But there is something about the way he plays and the way he thinks the game. He seems to me to be perfectly suited to take advantage of what 97 and 29 do. And you just can't say that about everyone, right? Like, listen, Jeff Skinner has had a wonderful career as a skilled NHL forward. Same with Victor Arvidsson. They're not even remotely close to being a fit, right? And like, there's a reason Sidney Crosby's best line mates ever were Dupuis and Kunitz. Like, they're not superstars, but like, they fit with him. And that's a different type of game. They were good skating, north-south type of guys. Roslovic, speaking of hitting the lottery, like, his game and the way he plays, it fits with these guys. It really does. And we've been sitting here for years trying to find the perfect complement, right? And who knows? It's only 20 games in. Yeah, so maybe we all get duped, but I think they might have found something there.
Well, and again, there's so many times like last night where he had the ability to defer to Leon, pass it to Leon, but instead he thinks something else away from that play that's available to him, because that's what everybody does, And when Connor and Leon, they're deferring to themselves more than looking for someone else on the ice. And I think the opposition finds out and notices that, and then they're looking forward and looking how to negate those plays. So,
yeah, and he probably won't, like, he'll play with one. I mean, he probably won't always be on the power play, but I mean, who knows? When Nuge gets back, he definitely has the skill to play there. But it's also the trust. Like, those guys aren't afraid to toss him the puck. Like, they're not worried about the play dying with him, right? And we've seen that sometimes from wingers, and sometimes McDavid can overpass a little bit. Obviously, we know that too. But for those guys, like, we've heard Draisaitl talk at length about Podkolzin, right? Like, Podkolzin isn't an all-star player, but McDavid trusts him, Draisaitl trusts him, I should say, and you can see that as Podkolzin's confidence builds over the games, and they already inherently trust the skill and intelligence of Roslovic. I just think that's so evident.
What'd you make of the fourth line last night? Not very often do we talk about fourth lines, but it's been a couple of games now that we've seen Matthias Janmark come into play. He was almost 15 minutes last night. And Curtis Lazar, they went to the net quite hard. That's one thing I noticed between those three.
Yeah, noticeable. And always different at home than on the road. On the road, you can be a little, more quiet, and be on the right side of the puck. At home, I think you want to have some energy and get the crowd going with some hits, things like that. I'm glad you mentioned Janmark. I thought he was just really solid, right? I know people poke fun at Janmark because it took him like a billion games to score last year, and then he finally finds the net in big moments in the playoffs. But Janmark is just classic one of those guys. Like, if you're surprised that he's back and in the lineup, you're not paying attention, because coaches just really love playing guys like him.
Yeah, he never panics. That's the thing with Janmark.
Yeah,
never panics.
He's good. I like Janmark a lot last night.
Yeah, and again, he's just getting onto the moving train here. So he's got lots of areas where he's going to start to feel a lot more comfortable moving forward. I don't know.
And he has that whole thing, and I thought he was indicative of the team last night. Like, yeah, he's not the most skilled guy. Like, if everybody's hard on pucks and if everybody's supporting the puck, it's amazing, how you can take over a game. And last night I thought they did that, like I said, better than they had done since the Vancouver game.
So back to back here in Columbus tonight. I know it's kind of weird to play, Columbus twice in 4 days here, but that's what it is. So what do you make of this one going in for the back to back?
I think it's not going to be an easy game. back to back. Columbus is a good team. They're going to be looking for a little bit of revenge. They definitely felt that they left the points on the board in Edmonton a couple nights ago. I like Columbus. I do. The thing heading into tonight that I would say, so here's my big opinion. I said I was going to say this on your show. Okay. I would throw Stuart Skinner right back in there.
Really?
Like I know they won't. I know they'll go Pickard. I would put Skinner right back in. Like he played really well last night. He has, not that he lit it up against Columbus, but he has 2 consecutive wins. Goaltending is such a huge topic around here, and they really wanted to get going, really wanted to get confidence, all that kind of stuff. Well, here's your chance, right? Put him back in. Like Calvin Pickard, nice guy, not going to be on this team for long, not an NHL goaltender in my opinion. Wonderful story. He's been a great Oilers, done yeoman's work. The important thing is to get Skinner going. And this whole, you can't play a goalie back to back. No. The big thing I think is if you want to give a day off traveling or practicing. Like the games are the easy part, man. Like Stuart Skinner, played hard last night. It wasn't overly taxing. I throw him right back in. We're in November, for crying out loud. If he's playing well, don't sit him for the next 48 hours. Play him.
I don't know. I'm probably going the other way. I got Pickard going tonight, and then Stu's going Saturday in Carolina, and probably going again in Buffalo. And then they split again. Probably Pickard goes in Washington, and Stu goes in Tampa. Then he finishes off the road trip.
But why?
Well, that's 5 out of 7 games.
Yeah, I know. I can count. Why were you afraid to play a goalie? I don't know.
That's just what I would be doing. I don't know. You can say that you're going to play him back to back, and then what happens if he lets in a couple of goals? Everyone's going to go, "Wow, you shouldn't be playing him back to back."
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, people say a lot of things for a lot of reasons.
Hey, Duke can't go back to back, so why can Skinner? Duke can never play back to back.
Yeah, no, that's true. He can't even play. Vacation and Tuesday hockey was back to back. No bueno. Yeah.
As always, Walks, thanks for leading things off. Really appreciate it. And back at her at 4:30 today?
Oh yeah, no, it's a busy day. It's a bad day to be a pallet. I'll tell you boys that.
There's nothing wrong with being a pallet.
See you later.
Okay, thanks, Walks. It's Andrew Walker, our pre and post-game show host right here on Sports 1440. The pregame show starts tonight at 4:30. Puck drop just after 5:30. I don't see Stu Skinner going tonight. Just don't see it. Pickard goes tonight, and you're hoping for a good performance. You're hoping on a back-to-back. That's when your backup goalie has to come out and play above his weight class. And that's what I would be expecting from Cal Pickard. That's what his teammates would be expecting of him tonight. But then I see Skinner back in on Saturday in Carolina. I see Skinner again going Monday, I guess it is, in Buffalo. And then Pickard can probably take the Washington game. And then Stu closes out in Tampa, closes out in Florida against the Panthers, the rematch of the Stanley Cup final the last 2 years. When we come back, we're going to hear from Jack Roslovic, back-to-back Jacks overtime winners. Maybe head coach Chris Knobloch. That's all straight ahead on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440. We're presented by Sports Select, and we're also streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram.
Stories are told to make a point, and GS Construction takes them very seriously. We're not talking about fairy tales. GS Construction looks at the story old pipes tell us, a tale of time and pressure and endurance. So when those old pipes are ready to end their story, GS Construction starts a new chapter by repairing or rebuilding, or in some cases, renewing the underground infrastructure that supports our modern lives, making sure every community's story continues on safely and reliably. For more, visit gsconstruction.ca.
60 years ago, we started selling trucks as Western GMC Buick. Today, we are Wolf GMC Buick. We're still located on the corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road with the same ownership for over 2 decades. Our customers have trusted our family-owned, community-driven business. And for that, we are thankful. If you're looking for a truck or SUV, pop in and one of our seasoned professionals will get you a great deal, hassle-free. Come trust our team at Wolf GMC Buick. Wolf, GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Hand delivering a hamper to a family in need fills everyone's hearts with joy. Be part of the Holiday Hamper program. Adopt a local family and see the difference your groceries and gifts make firsthand. Sign up today at holidayhamper.ca.
Getting in on the sports action you want is as easy as playing at sportselect.com. Simply make your picks online, generate your QR code, and lock in your bet at your local Lotto Spot retailer. Then sit back, watch the game, grip your chair, and high-five anyone nearby. Every bet is 100% legal with the chance of winning cash in hand. Sports Select. When you're ready to play, bet on the original. Must be 18 plus to play. Play responsibly.
You matter. Your mental health matters, and you're braver than you think. Not Alone is an organization focused on creating a space of acceptance and support through tough, meaningful conversation. My name is Tyler Smith, and you are never alone. NotAloneCo.com. It's okay to not be okay.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310-GLASS or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
This hockey season, before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca. Watch out.
They're back.
I don't know why you're treating me like the worst moving company in the region.
Get ready for a new season of the homegrown Crave original, The Office Movers.
All right, should we roll?
The hilarious hit series from creators Jay and Trey Richards.
We're building, we're elevating, we're moving up.
New space, new contract.
You guys need to go. The client is freaking out.
Where is the elevator?
It's busted.
The Office Movers. New season. Stream now. Only on Crave. Proudly Canadian. Subscribe at crave.ca.
We're Johnson, whoa. We're proud to be local and family owned. Downtown experience to speak for the day. With Johnson, whoa. Striving to bring you a comfortable home. With Johnson, whoa.
This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440, a proud presentation of Sports Select.
In store or online at sportselect.com. Please play responsibly.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 741 in Edmonton. Have to mention the Cy Young Award winners in the American and National League that were announced last night. Really no surprise. We talked about it at the end of yesterday's show. Paul Skeens from Pittsburgh, unanimous winner for the National League. Tarek Skubal goes back-to-back in the American League. Simply phenomenal 2 seasons for Skubal to go back-to-back. And we were just discussing the last time that, a pitcher went back-to-back in the American League. Do you know who it is? Josh Fenwick. The last time that a pitcher went back-to-back to win back-to-back Cy Youngs in the American League? That's one little question that we had. And how many Toronto Blue Jays, like when the guys were pitching for the Jays, who won Cy Youngs in Toronto?
So the Duke and I, we were trying to figure it out here. We just assumed Steve had one.
No, Dave.
So we only know for a fact that there's 3.
Okay. Well, Roger Clemens, he won back-to-back with the Jays in 97 and 98. The last guy to win back-to-backs was Pedro, I believe, in 99 and 2000. The one guy that flies under the radar for the Blue Jays to win, well, there's 2 actually, I would say. And the one is quite recent. It's 2021, Robbie Ray. But Dave Steve didn't win a Cy Young, I don't believe. You mentioned Roy Halladay. So he won a Cy Young for the Jays. But there's one other guy that flies under the radar when it comes to Toronto Blue Jays pitching. And his name is Pat Henkin. So those are the guys that won for the Toronto Blue Jays. Doc won in 2003, Clemens 98, 97, back-to-back. Henkin won in 96. The Jays had back-to-back Cy Young winners. 96, 97, 98. And I'll tell you what, Duke, I don't know why, but we were talking about yesterday in Paul Skeens. He won the Rookie of the Year last year, not the NL Cy Young, and it was Chris Sale.
Yeah, you and I were both in the same boat there. We kind of just assumed almost, right? And then we are kind of thinking, oh, can both guys go back-to-back? Well, yes, Skubal did in fact go back-to-back, but Skeens, he obviously won Rookie of the Year unanimously last year, and I believe he is the first player ever to win the Cy Young after winning Rookie of the Year. First pitcher in 40 years to win Rookie of the Year one season, and then the Cy Young the next year. 40 years since it's been done.
Unreal. So that's kind of how the voting went yesterday. Brad from the north side, I was thinking Jimmy Key. Yeah, that's, Jimmy was another very underrated pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays. Just a lethal lefty. Chomskers goes Henkin, Corey, Roy, Halliday. Yep. There you go. Aaron Texan, KK, sad to say, but I agree with Walker. Run Skinner. Pickard has really struggled until you find a viable option where Skinner forces your hand. You need to run him. Well, just looking at the schedule, and I mean, this is an opportunity where, if you think about it and you go back, well, Stu Skinner started against Colorado. Obviously he was relieved after the fourth goal. He's played the last 2.5. I don't have a problem going Skinner tonight, Pickard tonight, and then going Skinner on Saturday and then Monday. So I don't know. My opinion, again, Walks is on the other side. Aaron, you're on the other side too. No problem. Guy says, hey, if Glenn Hall can do it, why not Skinner? Well, we're not talking 552 consecutive starts here. Man, that's a record that will never be broken. Glenn Hall, one of the best guys ever. What's that, dude?
Oh, well, I was just I'm really torn here because on principle, I actually agree with Walker that I would do it, but I'm also on your side of it where because of the schedule, it's and Walker said it, right? He's like, he knows they won't do it, but he would. So I ask you this, and this is, we're living in hypothetical land. If these next two games, or after tonight, the weekend and Monday's game, the opponents were flipped, and you had Buffalo on Saturday and Carolina on Monday, would you put Skinner out there tonight and drop Pickard out against Buffalo on Saturday?
On Saturday, if the games were different.
If just these next two games where the opponents were flipped.
I mean, obviously I would think about it. I just think on the back-to-backs here, and this isn't like you're not going from Philly to New York or Philly to Wash here. You're coming in, you got a little longer flight to Columbus. It's, and I know everyone's saying, well, the flights, this and the travel, blah, blah, blah. I just think tonight is the night where this has been your recipe. And I mean, go back where, like, again, on the St. Louis game was 3-2. Dallas was 4-3, correct? In the shootout. So, I mean, all these games, look at how, the Oilers have played in this month alone, overtime, shootout, overtime, 4 games. Take, even just throw that St. Louis game in there. That's a 1-goal game.
Right.
Till the very end. The only time that that's been a blowout here is Colorado. It's been like that for almost every team. I mean, they were talking about it last night on the broadcast, just the fact about Philadelphia and the Oilers playing 1-goal games where the differential was, either tied, 1 goal, visitor, home team, whatever, opposition, trailing, leading. That's how tight things are. I just think tonight's the night where you're going with Pickard. I don't know. Anyway, the hero last night, Jack Roslovic, back-to-back Jacks overtime winners. He had these post-game comments.
Another game, another OT winner. Take us through the play. How did you kind of see that unfold?
They kind of got it up, a little jumbled. If you can just get a touch on it, sometimes it can help. It can be all the difference. So a little touch, and Savvy got a little touch, and then we both stayed on side, and he made a heck of a play.
I know it maybe took a little longer than you hoped for and expected to really start finding your groove, but you really have, and now you're making a true impact. What can you say about the journey getting up to this moment for yourself?
Yeah, just trying to stick to my game, trying to I've said it many times, but just trying to play fast, play hard, play with a lot of energy, and then let my skill take over. So
how about winning this game as a group? I mean, you guys are heavily out shooting.
Yeah, we were playing great. Obviously, they were a stingy defensive team, but I think we did a good job of staying patient and playing good defense. We were the whole second period we kind of dominated in their ozone. So it was good to stack wins.
When the side of that is you have to make sure nobody gets frustrated when you're taking the play. I think you had 15 straight shots at one point. Nobody gets frustrated when it's not going.
Yeah, they do a good job of 15 straight shots and against and staying true to who they are. So that's just for us to just stay opportunistic, stay confident, and when your time comes to score, getting one.
Jack, when you are patient as a group, what does that kind of look like on the bench? Are you guys just trying to talk to each other, trying to keep each other?
Yeah, I think everyone's motivated. Everyone's going towards the same goal. Everyone's really got an aura about them, and everyone finds their job and their identity, and it's by committee.
When you're in tight like that and a goalie that big, did you have a place in mind, or did you just kind of see a hole open real quick and put it in?
Well, when it's an empty net, you don't really see a hole. You see just a really big hole. So the pass was great, right in my wheelhouse, and really hard for him, obviously.
Did you imagine the start of your Oilers tenure going this good, Jack? I mean, the impact that you're having.
Yeah, no, I have confidence in myself as a player, and just want to come in here and help the team win.
That's Jack Roslovic after his second overtime winner in 2 games. And even Josh Fenwick brought this up, and now texter Chad says, hey guys, Roslovic ties Cogs tonight with 3 straight overtime winners. Andrew Cogliano. Remember when he was going for 4 back in the day? But they were running a moat in overtime, and he just had no gas left. They said, come on. Anyway, another overtime winner for Roslovic tonight, and that ties Andrew Cogliano for 3 straight games with an overtime winner. I mean, you got to be, again, you think about his start here. So he missed, what did he miss? The first 2 games because he signed late. So he's played 16 games, 5 goals, 6 assists, 11 points. He's a +5. I mean, I'm not sure if you can ask anything more from a guy that you just got, out of nowhere for $1.5 million. I mean, this guy has been unreal for coming in here at that price point and where he's slotted with. And again, there's something there between, him and Leon, and maybe sometimes when you're a player and you play with Connor or Leon, and you're not, and Roslovic's been around. He's got 500 NHL games. You don't have to always say, as soon as I get the puck, give it to Connor or Leon. You can make a play yourself, which opens up the ice for both those guys, in particular Leon, who he's playing with now. Last night, big game for Matt Savoy. He was solid, 2 assists, had 16+ minutes time on the ice, set up Roslovic for the overtime winner. And he's starting to find a little bit of a groove here as well. And after the game, he had these post-game comments.
Matt, let's just begin with the play that decided it. Maybe take us through what you saw in the game winner.
Yeah, a little bit of a broken play in the neutral zone. Good turnover created by Rosie there, and then off to the races, and saw him with me and open up. So I wanted to feed him there. Good finish.
Seems to be a good building for you. First NHL point last year, and now making a big play on an OT winner.
Yeah.
Like Philadelphia?
Like the city of Philly. Obviously, it was my first game with the team last year, so it was pretty special last year. And it was good tonight. Thought it was a good game all around.
Maybe take us through the group effort, because you guys were heavily out shooting Philadelphia in the opening 2 periods, yet 1-1. Maybe take us through what that process looked like getting to the.
Yeah, I thought we did a really good job sticking with it. I thought the second period we controlled play lots. We had a lot of possession, lots of looks in their zone, just wasn't going in for us. So thought we did a good job sticking with it in the third, and then obviously in overtime.
What's the roller coaster there? Late in the third, they score. The goal comes off the board. Did you know on the bench maybe that it was offside right away? Like, what's going through? What's the thought process there?
Yeah, I mean, initially, obviously, pretty disappointed, but then, like 5 seconds later, because you got the video back there. So, a good break. Obviously, the game's it's a game of inches out there. So, we got a little bit lucky, and then, it was good to get the win in OT there.
How would you describe your team's ability to be patient through the mud when things aren't necessarily going your way yet? You guys are still sticking to your game. How do you kind of assess that?
Yeah, we have a really mature team. A lot of guys that are really confident in their abilities. So I think the dressing room is really calm. I don't think guys get too down on themselves, which is a good thing. Guys play confident. So I think when everyone's doing that, we can build off of that.
What's it like playing with McDavid?
It's been good. Good to build some confidence and chemistry with him. It's obviously a privilege to get to play with a guy at that level, and just the skill level he has, the ability to shake defenders off, beat guys one-on-one. Just try to get him the puck in good spots and be available for him.
Matt Savoy, following his performance yesterday, again, 2 assists, a little over 16 minutes of action, set up the overtime winner. I think he might have taken a face-off or two as well. Oilers were just outstanding in the face-off dot, over 67%. And again, what face-off wins lead to what? Possession. Possession leads to the opportunity to create scoring chances. And again, there was a certain segment of the game last night, call it, whatever it was, 6, 7, 8 minutes, where the Oilers had really good possession. I mean, they had a $140 of zone time right before that Michkov power play goal. But again, it's about what you do with that possession, and it's about the penetration. It's about going harder to the net. Again, that fourth line between Lazar and Philp and Janmark went pretty hard to the net. We saw that for the better part of the game, and now everybody's kind of got to do that as well. I had a text just again with that sealer hit on McDavid. I can't remember who sent that in, but anyway, I'll get to it after we check in with Mark Spector and Frank Saravalli. We discussed it at the top of the show as well, and that hit along the boards, it created a buzz, created a stir, and it gave Philly a little bit of life because, it was just shortly after that where they had that discussion during the television timeout along the bench where, again, Philadelphia got a little bit of a jump, got a bit of a spark. That happens a lot. Coming up, top of the hour, we got Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet, also Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV at 8:20. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Nectar.io, transforming field data into boardroom insights. Learn more about how we can help your business automate processes, streamline operations, and save money at Nectar.io. That is Nectar.io, your business made better. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Jack Roslovic netting a second straight overtime winner. Connor McDavid extended his point streak to 6 games. The Oilers take it in Philadelphia last night, 2-1 in the extra frame. Elsewhere around the NHL, Rangers win a fire wagon game over the Lightning, 7-3. Sabres fall to the Mammoth, 5-2. And in the nightcap, Simone Nemec with a hat trick lifts the Devils to a 4-3 OT win over the Blackhawks. Off the ice from our nation's capital this morning, Senators announcing an extension with Shane Pinto, 4 years, $7.5 million AAV. Pinto off to a good start to this season, 8 goals, 6 assists in 18 games. From New York, the Rangers signing goaltender Spencer Martin to a 2-year deal. Martin started this season with the CSK Moscow in the KHL, spent last season between the Carolina Hurricanes and AHL's Chicago Wolves. And some sad news also from New York this morning as a longtime beat reporter for the New York and area teams, Larry Brooks, has passed away after a brief battle with cancer at the age of 75. In the association last night, full slate of games, including some big individual performances. The Warriors beat the Spurs 125-120. Steph Curry, 46 points. Victor Wembanyama, 31 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists in the loss for San Antonio. The Thunder, they keep rolling 121-92, beating the Lakers. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 30 points in the victory. And the Denver Nuggets, they get past the Clippers 131-16. Nikola Jokic, 55 points, 12 rebound, double-double. For the major leagues of baseball, leagues announcing the top pitcher honors last night for the Cy Young Awards. Paul Skeens winning it in the National League unanimously, and Tarek Skubal of the Tigers wins it for a second straight year in the AL. Coming up in hour 2, the Kevin Karius Show will be joined by Sportsnet's Mark Spector and Frank Sarvalli from the Daily Faceoff. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at culligan.ca.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection? Incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com. Are you looking for safe and professional transportation solutions for your group events and sports teams? Look no further than Silent Rides, Alberta's premier charter bus company. Whether your group is big or small, Silent Rides has you covered. We offer state-of-the-art motor coaches, first-class service, and affordable rates. Get your quote today. For more information and to request a quote, contact sales at 877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
A veteran of the Edmonton sports scene for over 3 decades, the Kevin Karius Show, powered by Sports Select.
Bet on the original at sportselect.com. Please play responsibly.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8 o'clock in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you, plus Josh Fenwick in the Sports 1440 studios here at West Edmonton Mall. And time now for On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. It is a November to remember. Save thousands of dollars on new and pre-owned inventory. Great selection, but you know what? Even better people. Great people, in fact, at NorthgateGM.com as we welcome in Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. Good morning, Spec.
How you doing, Kev?
Doing great. Hey, before we get to the Oilers and stuff, you knew Larry Brooks, I would imagine.
Oh boy,
travels over the years, and Larry, we touched on it off the top of the show. Passed away, had a battle here of cancer. 75 years old, but yeah, I mean, Hockey Hall of Famer, been around, covered the game for a long, long time.
Yeah, when I was president of the Professional Hockey Writers, one of the things you do is whoever wins the Elmer Ferguson Award, which is the annual award for a writer, and there's a wing in the hall where the writers and media go. Guys like Jim Matheson, Rod Phillips are in there.
Yeah.
I got to phone Larry and say to him, "Hey, congratulations, you're in the Hall of Fame." And I thought, like, Larry was a real cool cat. He had like a 24/7 poker face, you know. He always had a story going that we didn't, you know, you knew he had a story, but you never knew what the story was till you read it, and he never let on, and he just had a poker face going on. And when he choked up when I told him, I remember thinking to myself, like, how can this guy be surprised that he's going in the Hall of Fame? Like, he's one of the best ever. And but he was, and you know, he was, like, for us writers, for us guys in the business, Larry was a real he was the guy that asked the question when 90%, when things were going sour, or when something wasn't any good with a team, or when someone was screwing up, or when a coach wasn't getting it done. He was the guy that was asking the question out loud that everybody else was thinking but was afraid to ask.
Right.
Was Larry Brooks. He had a huge set on him when it came to dealing with players. And I mean, we all watched the Torch stuff all those years. You think that's easy, sitting there in front of all those cameras taking on a coach, right? No, it's not. I've been there. So yeah, a very sad day in everyone's world who loves hockey. Larry was he gave us more New York Rangers news than any 15 reporters before or since, for sure.
I brought that up too, Spec, the torts, the exchanges, because that's what the fans see. They see those in the top 10 list, right? Whatever it may be. Yeah. You see the list or something like, remember Hal McRae ripped that phone and threw it, and they just called it exchanges with reporters or whatever. But the Torts and Larry Brooks ones were, they were always in those lists. But like I'm betting today, like a guy like Torts, I'd be stunned and shocked if he wasn't reaching out to maybe, whatever.
Yeah. Right? Oh, for sure. I would certainly hope so and expect so. By all accounts, Torts is a very decent man. I don't know Torts real well. But yes, absolutely. They did. I'm not going to say it's exactly like wrestling where it's all fake. It's not all fake, right? But you do have to work together every day. I remember Craig McTavish told me after he was the captain of the Oilers and I was a reporter and his team was no good at all. And I was obviously writing something about that and asking him questions. And we got into it pretty good one day in the old Northlands Coliseum dressing room. And he said to me the next day, he said, look, in this business, we might get after each other and we might, it's push is going to come to shove once in a while. But he says, you wake up the next day, you come to the rink and you start over again and you don't hold a grudge. It's too long a season. It's too long a life. We don't, we got a fresh start, you and me today.
Yeah.
And maybe we get into it again today, but we start the day fresh and we move on. And I think, probably Torts and Brooksy were pretty much the same way.
I think so. Yeah. And as I said, the theatrics of those, because they had that relationship and it's almost like, people were not expecting it, but, they weren't surprised when those were like, it was renewed, that relationship.
when the chapter 2 arrived in chapter 3 and 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, that ain't easy. Look, that's not easy because as the guy that's on the reporter side, the deck's stacked against you. The coach always gets the last word. The coach controls the scrum. Every fan out there almost is cheering for the coach and against the sports writer. We know that for sure. Right? So you want to get into one of those things live on camera, boy, you better be sure of yourself because you can come out looking like the donkey pretty easily.
Here's one, and I don't know this, and I'm just going to read it because it just came in from Alan, Texter Alan, said it said on the internet today that Tortorella phoned Brooksy before he passed away. So
yeah, he's been. I'm happy, but completely not surprised to hear that. He's been sick for a little while here, so yeah.
Mark Spector with us on Sports 1440. So last night, some people, I did a hit at K97 as I do every day, and those guys turned their TV off after that 2-1 goal that Philadelphia appeared to score. They thought the game was over. Pete Panofsky woke up this morning and said, "What happened?" Didn't know what happened. He pulled the pin. But this is a situation where the Oilers, everyone just thought that this game was over, and they end up, picking up 2 massive points, and Jack Roslovic again in overtime.
Yeah, they, you get luck, Kev, as you know, in every season. There's 82 games, and probably 70 of them go whichever way they're supposed to go, and the other 12 or so get decided by goofy things, like a lousy bounce, like a puck that goes over your goalie stick and it's an open net goal, like some bad calls, like the Habs thought when Edmonton beat them earlier this year. They got a bunch of lousy, the Oilers got some help from the refs there. And last night was one of those. It's not. Listen, Tippett was offside.
Yeah.
It's not. The Oilers didn't do anything right or wrong. Tippett was offside, and that's bad luck for the Flyers and good luck for the Oilers. And I'm not saying the wrong thing happened. In fact, the right thing happened. They made the right call. The Oilers got off the hook and won it in overtime. But we know, right? We know that down the pipe here, there's going to be a couple of games that go against Edmonton where they get bad luck and they lose a game because of some goofy thing like that. And
whatever.
Bounce, and all your lines are filled with people bitching about the referees and blah, blah, blah. So the point I'm making here is when you get the bounce, you better get 2 points, right? You better get the 2 points. They got the 2 points against Columbus on the bounce, and they got the 2 points last night on the bounce, and they got the 2 points on the bad refs against Montreal, which is awesome. You're going to need those 2 points when it comes back the other direction at you.
You know, I was talking about the fact that they dominated the faceoff dot, which led to possession last night, Spec. But also, you know, when you have possession, there's some things that you have to, you know, work a little harder at, which could be penetration and getting to the inside a bit more. That's maybe just one tiny little thing of the game last night that they maybe could have improved on. But again, I think when you're looking at the big picture here, you know, you're going to get Zach Hyman back shortly, probably Saturday. If not Saturday, then really damn quick. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins coming back. So now you're starting, you know, in a couple of weeks here on this trip, when you're looking at, you know, the meat of it, I think things are starting to come together here.
Yeah, I mean, they're surviving just fine without, you know, a top line right winger. I mean, look at when Hyman and Nuge don't play, you could say those are your top two wingers. They're often together on a line with McDavid, right? You know, so any team goes to war without the top two wingers, they're going to struggle a little bit. I don't like the Oilers still have to find they have to graduate possession into danger. You know, they had a ton of possession last night. They had the puck for a ton of that game. But they're passing it around the perimeter, and it's not ending up like Dan Vladar was good. He only let in one in regulation. I don't remember a bunch of robberies. He made a couple of nice saves. He made some good stops. I'm not trying to get on Dan Vladar, but this wasn't a 1-1 game where the Oilers had the puck all night, which they did, and Philly won because their goalie stood on his head. He just made a bunch of sort of routine plus saves, and that's on the Oilers. The Oilers had the puck, and they didn't make Dan Vladar work hard enough, in my opinion.
Well, and I mean, there was a time about 16, 17 minutes where Philly never had a shot on net, Spec.
Right.
Because the Oilers had
did they score a goal in that time, Edmonton?
No, they did not.
They get 15 straight shots or something.
Yep.
So it's great to have the puck, but
I guess they did actually. They did because that was the goal at the end of the first.
You don't win games, you know, on the possession clock, right? You win games when the puck goes in. And listen, you don't need to be a professional hockey expert here to know that one goal is not enough in 60 minutes. To win a game where you only scored once in 60 minutes, that's another thing that's only going to happen 3 or 4 or 5 times in a season, right? That doesn't happen very often.
I guess, you know, I'm just trying to think when you say about the higher danger opportunities. I mean, there was Roslovic had a nice pass to put Coles in the first period. That was a pretty good save by Vladar coming across.
It was.
So there's a but hey, we got to give a little love to Stu Skinner here. 20 saves last night. Had the save in overtime that led to the game-winning goal. So I mean, again, got to give some marks here to Skinner.
Yeah, hey, we're always talking about Skinner when he lets him in. You should talk about him when he keeps him out. And there again, you go on the road and you give up one. And I mean, even if you count the disallowed goal late, which you don't because it doesn't count. That was, you know, when you saw the end zone view of that goal, I mean, there was 4 guys. I couldn't even see Skinner. And then it was tipped late. So that's just I mean, other than the offside, that was just a good goal by Konechny.
Wow. To me, that's you can't do that goal. He doesn't score that goal again. If you know, on that shot, it's Sanheim the shot, I believe.
Yep.
Konechny the tip with all those bodies in front. You run that play again, Spec.
Yeah.
You're not scoring that goal in 100 tries. How it goes in.
Well, so talk about a fine line. Philly gets a 1 in 100 goal, and then Edmonton gets a 1 in 100 offside mistake with 30 seconds left in the game.
But
it is what they said, a game of inches. So
think about being a smart player, though, too, Spec. I mean, Tippett, he's not even in the play here. He's got no business making it close. But look at Savoy and Roslovic coming over, and Roslovic he drags his back leg, right?
Yeah, like, listen, obviously Roslovic drags his back leg. They're breaking it in a 2-on-0. He's part of the play. Savoy has the puck. Like, you better damn well be onside there. Tippett's away from the play, but, I mean, I guess in his defense, Kev, he doesn't know at that point that he's not going to be a part of the play. He's trying to get over the line and go to the net as quick as he can. Obviously he made a mistake. He was 2 inches too early. But, we always say this. I'm not criticizing you. We always say this. Oh, the guy wasn't part of the play. Well, when that puck's crossing the line, Tippett doesn't know he's not part of the play, right?
Yeah,
he's planning on being part of that play, and that's why he's in a hurry.
He's far enough away. And Roslovic, he's looking at the jumbotron spec. He's not even sure if he's onside.
Well, it was a close play.
Yeah.
You know what, guys go offside. I'm with you. I mean, look, you don't think he lost sleep last night? He cost his team 2 points.
Yeah.
Right? He cost his team 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
And,
tonight, Spec, so off to Columbus. We've had a couple people and had Andrew Walker on. He says he would go with Skinner tonight. I said, no. I'm on the belief that back-to-backs, you split them up. Would you think about going with Stu Skinner tonight?
Well, it's funny. I'd think about it. I mean, there's a couple things here. They decided this start probably as Pickard's like 2 weeks ago. And, it means something if you go to a guy that's your backup and say, yeah, we were going to start you, but we're taking the start away from you. You can't do that all the time to a guy. We are only 18, 19 games into a season here, right? So that might be a bullet that you keep in your holster. But on the other side of that thing, Pickard hasn't been great. Pickard's not having a real good season. Even a neophyte like myself can see that his style is not where it was when he was stepping into the playoffs. He was very quiet and economical and won some huge games for Edmonton, man, as we all know. Mm-hmm. He's all over the place a little bit this year. So either you say, I want to let him play his way out of it here, which wouldn't be a bad idea. Or maybe you say, hey, we got something going here. It sure is important that Stu Skinner gets confidence. He's given you, he's starting to play better here, and he sure gave you a good game last night. If he feels like he wants it, maybe you give it to him, and you hope he gets in a role.
We've had text, too, about Connor Ingram. Connor Ingram's the number 2 goalie in Baco right now. He hasn't found his way out of things yet here, so that's not an answer or not a solution here at all.
What are his numbers in
high? They're high.
They're very high. Hey,
yeah, they're higher than what Cal's are here.
Well, he's got an 848 and a 405.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like when Bowman got him. I think Bowman just closes his eyes and is going to open them up in January and see what he's got. I think that's how we look at Connor Ingram here. This was never going to be a month-long project.
There's 405 goals against and an 84.8 save percentage.
Yeah, 848. So that's
that's in the
long way to go, man, before that's coming up. But the guy didn't have a camp. And listen, I'm not here to make excuses for him. Check in again in 2 weeks. Check in again in 2 weeks after that. And until those numbers, start with a 2 and a 9, we're probably not bringing Connor Ingram anywhere near Edmonton.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do your job, Spec. We'll yak at you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, Kev.
That's Mark Spector on the mark. Powered by, fueled by, energized by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. It is Tire Month on right now. Check them out at northgategm.com. This truck's for you. When we come back, Frank Saravalli from Frankly Hockey and Victory Plus TV on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram.
Wow.
Ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at ewell.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
Is your company drowning in paperwork and administrative tasks? Do you need more data to make better decisions? Nectar.io is your company's all-in-one solution for fleet and materials management, safety, time cards, and GIS-based project management. Now is the time to capture and transform field, site, and shop data into boardroom-level business intelligence, all with one login. Visit Nectar.io to book a demo today. Nectar.io, your business made better.
When you have lifting and material handling needs, Northwest Crane delivers. Western Canada's Sandy dealer, backed by the industry's toughest one. 3 years, 3,000 hours, no compromises. They service all crane makes and models with skilled technicians and deep industry expertise. Alberta owned with locations in Leduc and Grand Prairie and fully equipped service trucks. Northwest Crane keeps your operation lifting. For more information on sales or service, visit northwestcrane.com or call today.
Wing Wednesday at First Round. Whether you're coming for the first round, the last round, or a few rounds in between, they've got you covered with half-price wings every Wednesday night. Half-price wings. Over 35 delicious flavors like Cajun salt and pepper, maple bacon, and Inferno wings. Now half price every Wednesday night. Wash them down with a cold pint of Canadian or Coors Light for only $5.75. Half price Wing Wednesdays at First Round in West End and now downtown. First Round, burgers, beer, sports.
Get Black Friday prices now at The Brick. Skip the line and save big. Get 65% off genuine leather and reclining sofas when you buy the matching Love Cedar chair. Plus, get up to 25% off bedroom and dining furniture. And buy more, save more. Get up to an extra $1,000 off select major kitchen appliances. Mattresses are up to 40% off. And with every mattress purchase, you're entered for a chance to win a cruise. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
This is Andrew Walker, host of the postgame show on Sports 1440. After every hockey game this season, tune in and chime in as we talk about the game. It's all sponsored by Legacy Heating and Cooling. Don't get left in the cold. Visit legacyheating.ca.
Sometimes it's just best to see the professionals. For example, surgery.
But the YouTube tutorial made it look easy.
Is that your appendix?
I think so.
Wow. Like I said, it's best to see the professionals. And when you need help choosing the right metal for your next project, cut to your precise measurements, you've got to see the pros at Metal Supermarkets, the local convenience stores for Southside, West End, metalsupermarkets.com.
Look at the wobble.
Listen up, because we're about to tell you what nobody else will. There's a serious problem in auto service. The price you expect is almost never the price you pay. Big Toy Shop tells it like it is. No BS, no false inflated bill. It's just the honest service you need, done quickly and done well at a price that doesn't make you feel like a chump. Take your ride to Big Toy Shop, 8315 Argyle Road. Call 780-298-2797.
Portions of this hour are brought to you by Sports Select. Get in on the action with hockey. Bet on the original at sportselect.com. 100% legal. Must be 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 821 in Edmonton. Got a great text from Range Road Rod. We'll get to that after our next guest, our headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Reuter Plumbing, getting snakes deep, giving 110% day in and day out. For all your plumbing needs, go to mrreuter.ca as we welcome in Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. Good morning, Frank.
How you doing, Kevin?
Good. Hey, you obviously knew Larry Brooks quite well from working over the years, and we just had Mark Spector on talking about it, and Spec said he was with when he was president of your PWHA. He was the guy that ended up phoning Brooksy for when he was going to be inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame for the Elmer Ferguson. So anyway, just maybe your thoughts on your time that you spent with Larry, who passed away at the age of 75 here.
So Larry was not just the greatest hockey writer of his generation. He was also the single most consequential hockey reporter in the internet age. And the fact that he was a star in the New York Post going back long before the internet, I think speaks to the magnitude and the impact that he's had on the sport. Larry was a really interesting, complicated man. You just mentioned Mark Spector and his tenure as PHWA president. Larry Brooks was also president. I followed Mark. I reached out to Larry frequently for advice when only a handful of people have been in your chair. Same thing with Spec. Got great guidance. Also had him take shots at me in his reporting. I've had scathing emails and conversations and battles and meetings. And what I'll say about Larry is that he questioned everything in a really healthy way that any big J journalist should. He's also just he was big. Everything about Larry was big. His successes, his mistakes, his tenure in the profession, his mark and impact. I mean, everything about it. He's so interesting, and I've left myself today really just in an interesting spot to take a look back. I went through a ton of our correspondence, and it was all over the map. But I think one of those guys that when you showed up at the rink, no matter what you had been through, whatever battle, always a hand extended, a handshake, and he was on ready to tell the next story. And I'd imagine that he had a lot of very similar interactions with Rangers players and front office executives over the years.
You said, so at times you would reach out for guidance. What would that entail, Frank?
How to handle a certain situation. Hey, what's the proper message here? What tones should I strike? How would you handle this if you were in my shoes? And I think, a lot of it came from a place of humility with him. He'd say, I don't know, what are you asking me for? Or he'd give you, his quick spin, or he was so different than everyone else. And I think in a world where there's a lot of the same, particularly in media, everyone asks the same questions, everyone writes the same thing, everyone thinks the same way. You could always find Larry off on an island. And some days that made him the most hated man in town or in the rink, and some days that made him the most beloved. But either way, you always read him. It was must read. And I can't think of, and this isn't a knock on anyone, I can't really think of one, maybe outside of Michael Russo, one local beat reporter that has transcended the sport in a way that Larry Brooks has.
Like Speck was saying, Frank, he mentioned that he had a poker face with stories, like amongst other reporters. I don't know if that struck a chord with you.
I mean, always. He was always working on something. You'd always kind of, if you were covering the same story as Larry, you'd always try and figure out exactly, just as you would at a card table, what does that guy have in his hand? What's he working on? What's he thinking about? Who's he talking to? Because A, you wanted to make sure that you didn't get beat. And B, you wanted to see if it germinated anything in your own thought process of, is there something I'm missing? What can I do better? Who can I talk to that might shed more light on this? And so an incredibly impressive person working the room. Players, they knew him, they talked to him, they confided in him. And I had, as mentioned, a lot of those same experiences, and frankly was on the other end of a lot of it. And it's a real loss, I think, for our sport today, not having Larry Brooks around as a gatekeeper and conscience.
One last one, just with Larry, Frank. And I mean, for the casual hockey fan, say here in Western Canada, I mean, we would see or fans would see obviously the interactions with John Tortorella,
Mhm.
and that would be on all the top 10 lists and things like that. Interactions with reporters. What did you make of all that? And then we also had a texter saying that that Torts has been reaching out to Larry, in the last little while during his illness.
He did. John Tortorella called Larry Brooks this week as he was, I guess, getting near the end to connect. And I think it speaks to exactly what I was mentioning earlier. No matter the battle you had with him, the disagreement, whatever it was, the great part about and honestly, I experienced this again this morning going through our correspondence. I just typed his email into my search. And I'd have him blasting me in one email telling me to get lost, and 2 weeks later I'd have another one asking me about something and could I help him with something. And it went back and forth, and I think that was authentic, on camera, off camera, in a scrum, one-on-one. He had an edge to him without doubt. And was I think he was as tough as he was fearless, which is a real feather in his cap, the way that he went about it. He's not backing down from John Tortorella. He's going to give it right back. That's the New Yorker in him. That's the journalist in him. And I think that part, everyone saw that, but what they wouldn't see is the conversations in private. What they wouldn't see is, and I don't know if you saw the quote from Rangers owner Jim Dolan, who almost never speaks publicly, acknowledged in the New York Post today that they would meet once a month to have him give him insight on the team and what he thought was working and not working, and that he cherished that counsel. And so there's a lot that happens in these relationships that most people never see, the phone calls, the personal stuff. And I think no matter what, the sparring, there was always a mutual respect. And I think that part even came clear to me as someone many years his junior, that the fact that we could correspond and go back and forth, that he also respected me and what I did, even if sometimes he disagreed.
Good stuff on that, Frank. Appreciate it. News this morning, I guess, out of Toronto, Austin Matthews going to be out for a while, a week at least. How serious is this?
Apparently not that serious is the early indication. Expected to keep him out a week, potentially a little bit more. I'd just like to know a little bit more about the injury. Is this another lower back injury? Is it related to the one that he had previously? And if it is, it's way more concerning to me than however much time Austin Matthews misses, because even when he played last year, as he was dealing with that, we suspect it was a lower back injury last year, that he was never the same. 30 plus 35 goal Austin Matthews isn't the same as 69 goal scorer Austin Matthews. And that part was abundantly clear. If he doesn't get back to that level, I think the Toronto Maple Leafs are in serious trouble. They can't defend well enough. They haven't gotten the goaltending, and Anthony Stolarz is banged up now as well, that they're a very average team that right now is on track for a very mediocre 82 points and to miss the playoffs.
So what is it about Matthews that his game has dropped off so much?
Part of it is swagger, I think. And I hate that word. I hate that term, but I think it all encompasses his game. When he's on, he has this energy and air about him just walking into the arena. And I'm not talking about dress code. He has this way about him that he's the ultimate assassin and threat. And we haven't seen that in a couple years now, to be honest. We saw glimpses of it, maybe little flashes of it for a couple games this season, but he's been missing the it factor. He's not close to a top 10 player in the NHL right now. And that part, I think, has significantly changed the way that a lot of people view the Toronto Maple Leafs in general with the departure of Mitch Marner.
Here with the Oilers, Frank, they pull one out last night against the Flyers 2-1.
I was at the game.
Oh, and what do you think?
I took my son, actually, probably the only kid in Philadelphia wearing an Oiler jersey. And I told him, buddy, I'm not. Yeah. In a different time, you know, you would have needed security for this jersey, but you got to for him, you got to respect the greats. He wore the old school Wayne Gretzky jersey. That's
That what
his
it was?
guy.
So it was a Gretzky one, Frank?
Oh yeah, he's a big 99 guy.
Oh man.
So yeah, it was for the most part a dreadful game to watch. The Oilers, in my view, got incredibly lucky. It was almost like the Flyers rope-a-doped them through 2 periods, like lulled them to sleep, and got away with an offside call with 23 seconds left to salvage somehow 2 points.
They did. And I mean, was offside. And then the way Roslovic dragged his foot, he wasn't sure he was onside in overtime, Frank.
Yeah, and I thought there was the potentiality for that to come back as well. Rick Tockett's reaction probably gave you an indication that it was good.
Yeah.
But, there's something about more laissez-faire hockey last night, and particularly from Evan Bouchard in moments that just, I'm sure, drives Oiler fans crazy.
I got to revisit. So your son wearing the jersey, like I'm sure a few people there recognize you bouncing around the concourse or whatever in the stands. So what's that reaction when they're saying your son's wearing an Oilers jersey?
I don't know. No one. I think first off, I think everyone understands when you see that it's Gretzky. No one. I'm just glad no one said anything to him, because I don't want to be in that spot where I have to say, "Why are you mouthing off to a kid?"
Yeah,
that actually made me happy that no one did last night.
Well, that's good.
And I've been on the other end of it, because I remember when I was in high school, I went to an Eagles-Packers playoff game, and I brought my buddy who decided to wear a Brett Favre jersey, and he was getting spit on by grown men for the entire game.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Are Flyer fans mellowing, Frank?
I think they are, and just a disappointing environment in there in general. They've had the life beaten out of them a little bit the last few years with a really poor hockey team.
Got to end on a serious question though too, because it's about UC Saros. Now we had Kate Pedersen on yesterday. She was great, fantastic. My first question was how she deals with you on a daily basis. But
how did she answer that, by the way?
Well, she was very diplomatic, Frank. No, she said she's learning things from you every day, is what she said.
Okay.
Anyway, I didn't bring up UC Saros because with her, but we did talk about Nashville because she covered the Predators. Then I got a bunch of texts saying that I was belligerent on my interviewing process and style, but I didn't ask her about UC Saros because a lot of Oiler fans believe that he is coming to Edmonton. I rebutted saying, I don't know how this could happen financially, cap, the whole bit. Where are you on the talk of this?
I couldn't agree with you more. I don't think it makes any sense for a million reasons, or 58 million reasons. Yeah. That's about how much money is owed on his deal. It extends till he's age 39. And let's say you could make this year's cap gymnastics work. Let's say you're going to ship out a player on your roster to Nashville in order to do this. Is he the right guy at 5'11" who hasn't gotten it done in the playoffs when everyone is looking to you and your goalie to get the job done? I just don't know that the risk, the commitment, the spend, the acquisition cost, I don't know that any of those things align for the Oilers in a way that is going to allow Jeff Jackson and Stan Bowman to put their heads on the pillow at night and sleep much more soundly than they are right now, spending half as much.
I'm with you, Frank, 100% on this. And we discussed it yesterday on the show. And a lot of people, they look at some numbers and they think that he is an answer here. I just don't see it. Again, you can talk about the playoffs. You can talk about his regression in the last 2 years, but I just don't see it. So
he's he's below average the last 2 years. And you could say, oh, the Predators stink. And that's why. Maybe team impact has a lot to do with it for sure. But I'm not taking on all those other things to maybe find out that this guy's hitting the age curve early, or at 5'11" that the game's changing and he's not the guy you want to have in your net.
Yeah, I mean, that contract right through 2033, and it's a long ways away. Good stuff, Frank, and appreciate all your comments on Larry. That was great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you. No, I appreciate the forum.
All right, that's Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV, and our headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Rooter, the number one overall pick in your fantasy plumbing pool. That's mrrooter.ca. 833-401-1440. Team Dean says, that's not what you said. I believe the quote was, there's no chance. About Saros, I assume you're saying, Team Dean? Well, still say that. There's no chance. I don't get it. It doesn't fit. The numbers don't work for me. The years don't work. The term doesn't work. Age, stats, everything. Don't know. We had texters yesterday that felt that he was an option, was available. They would want to see him here. They believe that he is the answer moving forward. I just don't see it. Don't see it. We'll get to some more of your texts, 833-401-1440 when we come back. It's a Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram.
Mr. Rooter watches the big game. Go deep! What you watching, Mr. Rooter?
The Plumbing Olympics. Frankie Drain Dragon Sanchez is attempting to break the world record in the 100-meter snake. Watch. Wow. Did you see that? He snaked out a 50-pound clog. And in the middle of that wad, a gold medal. What theater?
Yeah, that's very cool, Mr. Rooter.
For a plumber who's good as gold, call Mr. Rooter.
I'm Grant Fedork from Leading Edge Physiotherapy, and sadly, some people think orthotics are just glorified shoe cushions. But I've seen a runner drop 8 minutes off her marathon, a grandmother ditch her painkillers, and a 12-year-old nail her long jump, all thanks to custom foot orthotics. So if your feet are screaming for help, flat, high, or funky, that pain's heading to your knees, hips, even your lower back, our professionals will assess you and, if indicated, custom fabricate a pair of orthotics made just for you. Happy feet make a happy person. Feet shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Across the province, Albertans are taking their shot on Play Alberta. With casino winners every hour, jackpots worth millions, and revenue that stays in the province, there's never been a better time to sign up. Right now, our listeners can score a $50 free bet when they make a minimum $50 deposit with code Gregor50. That's code Gregor50 for a $50 free bet. Start playing with your game sense today to find out if you're Alberta's next winner.
60 years ago, we started selling trucks as Western GMC Buick. Today, we are Wolf GMC Buick. We're still located on the corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road with the same ownership for over 2 decades. Our customers have trusted our family-owned, community-driven business, and for that, we are thankful. If you're looking for a truck or SUV, pop in and one of our seasoned professionals will get you a great deal, hassle-free. Come trust our team at Wolf GMC Buick. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
I'm getting McDonald's. You want anything?
Oh, yeah. I'll get I've got to get 2 cheeseburgers, medium fries, and a medium fountain drink for $9.99. Hey, maybe I'll eat 1 cheeseburger right away and save one for later. Maybe I'll stack them and eat them both at once. Options. Oh, delicious, delicious options.
So 2 cheeseburgers, fries, and drink?
How'd you know?
You were thinking out loud again. Get yourself a 2 cheeseburger meal for just $9.99 plus tax for a limited time only at participating McDonald's restaurants.
Edmonton's go-to station for all things sports is Sports 1440.
From Low Tide to Kevin Karius and Jason Gregor, we deliver the latest on your favorite teams.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week
to Sports 1440.
Can an energy provider make you feel carefree? We think so, because who doesn't like to be surrounded by good energy? Great rates always. Gimmicks never. Perks that reward your loyalty and energy experts who know what's what. Carefree just feels good. Encore by EPCOR, your carefree electricity and natural gas provider.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
At Fountain Tire, get up to 15% off select tires, up to $125 off a set of 4 select Goodyear tires, and $50 off $150 service until December 13th. Restrictions apply. Book today. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
With over 30 years of sports experience, this is the Kevin Karius Show, brought to you by Sports Select.
Bet on the original at sportselect.com. Please play responsibly.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8:43 in Edmonton. Text 833-401-1440. My buddy Nogi texts in. Says, Kev, you missed Frank's slam on Bush. I guess I maybe did. I don't know. I worked with Nogi for like 25 years at Global and ITV. Nogi, up until recently, was the red line camera at Oiler games for like 50 years. Dallas says, so the Oilers dominate for 2 periods. Philadelphia scores a power play goal to tie the game, clearly offside. They don't win, and then Frank gives some vague Bouchard was bad. You have zero pushback on that. Like, I'm not saying you never push back, Dallas writes into me, because you do disagree with your interviews where you're with your people time to time. It's not exactly clear here, Dallas, what you're writing. It was just weird for Frank to just casually throw Bouchard out there like, I don't know what Bouchard did do last night. You didn't do anything. So he's on me for not standing up for Bouchard, I guess. I mean, Bouchard scores the first goal, a bullet, and was pretty good last night. I mean, it was probably one of his better games. I mean, maybe everyone is just so used to coming down on Bouchard on this show. Like, I mean, it's basically every morning that we get texts saying how bad he is and how that the Oilers should trade him for basically nothing. So I guess I'm thinking, Dallas, you wanted me to stand up for Bouchard, and same with you, Nogi. I don't know. But Bouchard played a hell of a lot last night. I mean, in the first period alone, he was upwards of 9 minutes of ice time. There was a long power play that actually Connor McDavid wasn't on for the first minute 15 because he had skate problems, but Bouchard played almost 9 minutes in the first period. He finished with 23:45. That's, Jake Wallman was 22:39. So, I mean, his minutes were 5 minutes more than his partner, Matthias Ekholm. Bouchard had 4 shots. He had 1 block, 3 giveaways, 3 takeaways. He's even Steven in that department. So, I don't know. I guess these guys wanted me to stand up more for Bush, I guess. I thought Bush was just fine. And maybe I could have said something to Frank at that time, but sometimes you just miss a little bit here of an interview. I might have been looking at something on the internet or something on maybe a question that was going to be coming up in a bit about probably Saros, who knows. Coming up at the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to talk a little football, and we probably should talk a little bit about the Grey Cup too. But yesterday was a monumental day in sports 1440 history, as the Duke of Delburne had the arrival of his brand new coach that came in. And this thing must be a doozy, Duke, because
it really is.
You seem refreshed today.
So you kind of missed this, Kev. It came up on Fantasy Frenzy that Connor reminded me that I was set to fill in on post game last night for Walker. This was set up like last month, a little bit before I'd left for vacation and stuff, but Walker submitted these days he wasn't going to be here. It's like, all right, yeah, Connor can do this day. It was while I was in Mexico, and then it's like, all right, Connor's like, all right, I'll do pregame because it's early. All right, I'll come and do post. It's not too late for these Eastern Conference road trips, whatever, right? We get all hashed out. And then I'm at home and I'm texting Donovan saying, hey, I think I'm probably going to come to the studio after the first period. We can go down to first round, have a bite to eat, and then, come back and do post as per standard. And then I get the email from Connor, or a text actually, with Walker and Donovan all included. It's like, hey, Walker's here for pregame. Apparently his dates were messed up. So the benefit of that, I was fully prepared to come on in, but the benefit is I got to enjoy my first full night of sports viewing, watched a couple games on my new couch. And I had to build it because when they dropped it off yesterday, obviously I had to leave the studio in the middle of the show for about 20 minutes, rip home and rip back to do the delivery. The standard practice, my understanding when I bought it, was with delivery, They completely take it all, like unpackage it, take all the wrapping off, assemble it, set it up for you, and then they take all the garbage with them.
Yeah.
That's part of the delivery. They didn't do that yesterday, but I also wasn't really didn't even think about it too much in the moment because I was in such a rush to get back here that they carry it in, unload it. I signed. All right, thanks guys. Appreciate you waiting for me while I drove over here. Take care.
Mm-hmm.
They don't, this isn't a piece of IKEA furniture. The holes for the legs aren't pre-drilled. So I don't have an electric drill with me here in the city. So I'm there with the screwdriver, hand cranking in these like 2.5-inch screws to put the legs on this couch, and also kind of guessing where they're supposed to go. And I mean, I kept it pretty simple, just like, on the corners. It's not exactly rocket surgery. But I got it done. The cats seem to be enjoying it. They started to give it a scratch or two a couple times. But
they did.
Yeah, but you got to be disciplined to whack on the nose saying, don't do that. Orange kitty and black
tape
kitty.
yet?
No, not yet. I'm in a.
What are you laughing at? The packing tape works, Josh.
I don't know what Josh's concern is here.
He's never had a cat in his life. Duke's a cat expert.
I've had a cat.
Oh, come on
my mom had a cat that was alive for the first 13 years of my life. I just am laughing at Orange Kitty and Black Kitty. That's all.
Okay.
They don't have names.
Well, they do.
I know they have names, but you were adamantly against the names because
That's
why do
right.
cats need names?
Cats don't need names. I stand by that. But besides the point, so hopefully it's still in one piece when I make it home this afternoon, and we can continue this kind of learning process that they have the scratch and post. They have plenty.
Mm-hmm.
They can scratch on the edge of my bed frame. I don't really. That is a piece of IKEA furniture. It's so much more easily replaced should it deteriorate. I kind of let them do what they want, but they will be very strictly disciplined to not scratch the couch. They can lay on it. I can vacuum the cushions. I can wash the cushions. That's all fine, but they cannot scratch on it.
Oh, they're gonna mix this. They are gonna mess this couch up, dude.
Kevin, why would you even say that?
Because I just know them.
You don't know them. You've never
these
even
cats.
met them. I should bring them in here.
You talk
I should
about
bring
them
them in
enough.
here one day.
Sure.
Bring them in here one day.
Let them walk around up here.
Oh, they'd love it.
That's a great idea.
The orange one, David Schlemcat, millionaire. He would love it. He's a real people person. Little Eddie Steele, he's a little more timid. He'd probably cower under the desk, and we wouldn't see much of him. But I remain confident. I'm giving them a big chance here to prove their worth, prove their mettle.
You know what's funny? I want to get your opinion on this. I assume on Sunday you'll be glued to your couch because of NFL, and then,
That's right.
And then the Grey Cup. So the Grey Cup starts at 4:30. It's right in the middle of the tail end of the
Afternoon
last
slate. Yeah.
And Sunday night football. I don't know why this year, and Saskatchewan's in the game. Why I haven't been normally I'm all over this game, and I haven't been. And I don't know why I feel like I'm getting less
Excited, ramped up for it, or
I mean, I hate because Eddie and I had this conversation before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's something about the CFL where I'm just losing interest in it. And I don't know why. And again, Saskatchewan I went to Rider games when I was 5 years old.
Right.
And I should be more in tune. I should be more jacked up about this game because it's the Riders for one thing. And there's so many storylines here, but why? I don't know why. And it's Thursday here. And I remember 10 years ago when I was in Winnipeg covering the game, when the Eskimos won the Grey Cup, but it just feels weird to me. And is it because of Remembrance Day being, on Tuesday and we were off?
Kind of splitting the week up a little bit.
I don't know. What are you like, for instance, right now on TSN right now,
Mm-hmm.
we're just watching some interviews. Davis Alexander's up right now.
Yeah.
Normally we'd be all over this, it seems.
Yeah.
And is it because of how the Elks have been for so many years?
I think that plays a big role in it, right? Like you can ask Oiler fans how in tune, and maybe it got to a point where they had to get in touch with teams outside of the local market because the team was so bad for so long that if you only were watching Oilers games, all you felt was disappointment and watching terrible hockey. Now, but at a certain point, like there are Oilers fans and there are hockey fans, right? Here in Edmonton specifically.
Yeah.
And I think the same can be said to the CFL, where there are those that like supporting the local team. They'll go to the games, but you can ask them any given week, did you catch any of the other games in week 9 of the CFL? Say no. I went to the Elks game Saturday night, but that was it.
I can say though, Duke, that it changes for the Grey Cup because it's Canadiana.
I get
You
it.
know?
I do. And because so many people do travel, regardless of who's playing, regardless of where it is, it's for some Canadian football fans, it is a dot on the calendar that no matter what, they are going to Winnipeg, to Toronto, to BC. It doesn't matter. They will go to the Grey Cup every year.
Yeah.
But from a local perspective, I do think that we're kind of in that flux of disinterest in general because of the local team's performance for the past, what are we at, 5-7 years?
Yeah, more than
right.
Yeah. Ever since 2016.
Exactly. So, and now as the Elks hopefully turn that corner and get back to being a relevant franchise and a competitive one, maybe that will change. And we're going to have Dave Naylor on tomorrow to tee it up. And then I reached out to a few other Grey Cup coverage folks, many of whom we've had on the show plenty of times, and they're busy this week. You know
Sure
that, Kev. You've said it, right? Like you go there for the week and you're tied up, and then come Saturday night,
but
you kind of cut
I
loose.
was always available at 7 a.m, Duke.
Yeah.
Because it's just getting home. from
Exactly. Glossy-eyed.
Just
good
getting
thing
home.
they couldn't smell your breath through the
Oh.
microphone when you're doing your hits.
Well, the funny thing is because we used to do hits in the morning show, so you had to still.
Oh, yeah.
You faked it, man, and I'm not saying you stayed out till 3, 4, 5 in the morning, but we weren't angels either. How's that sound?
Yeah. So but here I'm with you in your overarching point here about kind of general. I don't know if disinterest is the right word, but lack of hype. Maybe if we're putting a kind of catch-all phrase around it, leading into it, and it sizes up to be a really good game. Especially should Davis Alexander play, which is kind of looks like how it's trending.
Yeah, he's playing. It's just about his effectiveness, right?
Exactly. So I guess maybe we'll ask Dave his thoughts on it tomorrow, and we'll obviously have Eddie in first thing for a couple hours too, and see if he's maybe feeling the same way a little bit as the week has progressed. Especially it's in Eddie's hometown in Winnipeg. So
for sure. I had to get to this text. Range Road Rod, love you, man. Kev, been watching, listening to you for 30 years. As an added bonus, I've been a parrot head since the age of 15, and I believe you are as well. Love the shirt you got on today. So he's watching on YouTube. Range Road Rod. This is from Margaritaville in Hollywood, California, I guess, or somewhere in LA when I was there, and picked this up. And the old parrot heads. There's so many great songs. Jimmy Buffett, and just a marvelous entertainer. And man, missed for sure. Top of the hour, we got Christopher Price from the Boston Globe. We'll check in with the Jets and Pats tonight, the Thursday nighter. Duke's got to do his pick as well. Big spread in this one. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Loca Quality Market. And Loca is not your average grocery store. We're a butcher. We're a baker, a cafe, a deli, rotisserie, pizzeria, and this is all in one joint, all under one roof. Shop local at loca.ca. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Jack Roslovic netted the OT winner for a second straight game. Connor McDavid extends his point streak to 6 games as the Oilers beat the Flyers 2-1 last night in overtime. They're right back at it tonight for a back-to-back in Columbus. Elsewhere, around the NHL last night, Rangers topped the Lightning 7-3 in a high-scoring affair. Mammoth, they beat the Sabres 5-2. And the nightcap, Simone Nemec with his first career hat trick lifts the Devils to a 4-3 win over the Blackhawks in overtime. From our nation's capital, off the ice this morning, Senators extending Shane Pinto on a 4-year deal, carries a cap hit of $7.5 million. 25-year-old Pinto, 8 goals in 18 games so far this season. And some sad news from New York as longtime beat writer Larry Brooks has passed away at the age of 75. Brooks covering hockey in New York for the past 38 years and is in the Hockey Hall of Fame. 12 games across the association last night, including some big individual performances. Steph Curry with 46 points lifts the Warriors to a 125-120 win over the Spurs. Victor Wembanyama, 31 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists for the triple-double in the loss. Oklahoma City Thunder, they keep rolling 121-92. They top the Lakers SGA with 30 points in that one. And the Denver Nuggets, propelled by 55 points, 12 rebound, double-double. They beat the Clippers 130-116. In the major leagues of baseball, Cy Young Awards handed out last night. Tarek Skubal winning his second straight in the American League as the top pitcher, and Paul Skeens unanimously selected as the #1 pitcher in the National League. Coming up in hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Christopher Price from the Boston Globe covering the New England Patriots and our Thursday co-host, former NHL defenseman Ladislav Schmid. I'm Brandon Douglas, Central Sports 1440 Update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
You know your neighbor, right? The one who watches your house when you're away, who keeps their yard looking nice, who says hello every day. That's us. GS Construction. Now, we probably don't live right beside you, but we do live in your community. And when it comes to water and wastewater infrastructure, moving along smoothly, we're the ones doing that work. GS Construction has been doing it since 1974, over 50 years. So you could say we are your neighbors who wear hard hats and work boots. To find out what your neighbors do, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Well, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
CWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at ewell.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
Scott McGilvery here, HGTV host and renovation expert. The one upgrade I know homeowners will love: better, fresher Culligan water straight from the tap. Culligan's Aquessential reverse osmosis filtration system takes your water to the next level. With up to 7 stages of filtration and 14 filter options, they're certified to reduce over 90 contaminants. Your tap water is about to get a major upgrade. Safer water that tastes great. Get started with a free in-home water test at Culligan.com. Culligan, water you love.
You matter. Your mental health matters, and you're braver than you think. Not Alone is an organization focused on creating a space of acceptance and support through tough, meaningful conversation. My name is Tyler Smith, and you are never alone. NotAloneCo.com. It's okay to not be okay.
Don't look now, but I think we're being followed.
Oh, that's just my Fountain Tire sidecar.
Well, they're driving pretty close.
Because they're attached.
Save up to 15% on select tires until December 13th.
Cool.
Plus, get up to $125 off a set of 4 Goodyear tires.
Anything else?
Get $50 off a $150 service when you buy those tires.
Well, that's handy.
Yep.
And weird.
Well, I love my Fountain Tire sidecar.
Book your appointment online today. Restrictions apply. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
At Sherwood Honda, SUV must stand for Sell Us Vehicles. Because if you have an SUV, Sherwood Honda sure would love to buy it. Any make, any model. If you're driving an SUV that's in good shape and yours to sell, you should turn around and head to Sherwood Honda for a really good price. And if you're not driving an SUV, that's okay. Sherwood Honda sure would still be happy to sell you a vehicle too.
At jackpotcity.net, you can do amazing things with just one casino chip. Discover a world of incredible casino games with over 500 high-quality online slot games, including the world-renowned progressive jackpot slot Mega Moolah. Play for free at jackpotcity.net and get treated as a VIP 24/7. So visit jackpotcity.net today on your tablet, laptop, or mobile. Jackpot City, a whole world of casino games. 18 plus. Please play responsibly. This is not a gambling website.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 9:01 in Edmonton. Time now for the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where 2025 Jeep Wrangler 1500s have 0% financing for up to 72 months. Wow, great selection with all the new colors. The Sport, the Willys, Sahara, and the Rubicons are on the lot at stalbertdodge.com as we welcome in Christopher Price from the Boston Globe to talk about tonight's Thursday night football game between the Jets and the Pats. Morning, Christopher, here with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
No worries, Kevin. How you doing this morning?
Doing great up here and looking forward to this game tonight, although it is heavily tilted into the Pats' favor. But what do you make of this start for this New England team, Christopher? Off to an 8-2 start and a 7-game heater right now.
everything is coming together for this team, Kevin, in multiple ways. The young quarterback continues to ascend. They've stayed relatively healthy. They're getting some really extraordinary performances from guys that maybe they didn't expect to get them from on both sides of the ball. And the coaching staff is meshed very nicely with the roster. So when you throw all that into the mix, as well as the fact that the schedule has been relatively easy to this point in the season, you get an 8-2 start.
So what is it about Drake May that he has taken it to another level this year, and even some talk about, a few MVP votes here and there?
Yeah, I looked at FanDuel this morning, and he and Matthew Stafford are the two favorites right now for MVP voting.
Unreal.
So, look, there's a couple of different things at play. First of all, I think he is clearly on the same page with an offensive coordinator in Josh McDaniels, who really understands how to maximize his strengths and minimize his weaknesses. I also think, too, that they do a good job taking advantage of his athleticism. He does have good legs. He does have good feet, and he's able to, consistently, make things happen when plays start to break down. The other thing, too, Kevin, is that it's really important to note that this is a young man whose decision-making has gotten exponentially better over the last 12 months. We no longer see him consistently making bad throws or consistently making bad decisions. That's not to say that, at least once a game, we don't see something that, makes New England fans kind of shake their head, whether it's running into a potential injury or, airmailing a throw to Pop Douglas. But he continues to improve when it comes to his decision making. And again, it's a world of difference from where he was last year. So in all areas, the arrow continues to point in the right direction. If he can stay healthy, if he can continue to stay healthy, there's no telling where it's going to end up for this team this year.
Christopher Price from the Boston Globe, our guest on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. So as far as his receivers go, Keyshawn Butte out tonight, as you know. How much is a guy like Stephon Diggs and maybe a veteran presence help Drake May along here?
He's done an awful lot. He really has. Look, Booty is really kind of emerged as a nice number two within the framework of this passing game. I'm not going to put him in number one, even though his numbers suggest that, if he's healthy for all 17 games, he could be there. But Diggs has been a guy who's really done an excellent job. I think he's exceeded expectations for this team, both on and off the field. I did a story this week for the Boston Globe about his leadership skills and about how he kind of likes to use the needle a little bit sometimes, with his younger teammates, and he's not afraid to tell them what they need to hear as opposed to what they want to hear. And I think that's, really lifted the wide receiver room, which was a huge question mark coming into this season. Again, Diggs has been a guy who's gone above and beyond when it comes to both on and off the field. On the field, obviously providing a great outlet for a young receiver like Drake May, but also off the field when it comes to leading young receivers like Booty and Pop Douglas and the rest of the group there, Efton Chisholm. He's done a tremendous job. I really do. I think he's done an excellent job. Look, I know given his history, let's just say that, the milk starts to spoil about a year and a half in, but at this point, we here in New England are still very much in the honeymoon phase.
Yeah. So what is it? Do you think he's maybe even just maturing more as a person as he's getting older?
Yeah, I think there's something to that. I also think, too, Kevin, it was interesting at the start of the year, he talked about his legacy when he first came to New England and what that means and what it means to him. Look, he's about 1,500 yards away right now from, a Hall of Fame discussion. And I think that's a legitimate Hall of Fame discussion because when you look at the course of his career, he's had big catches and big moments. Obviously, the Minnesota Miracle a couple of years ago. He helped turn around that offense in Buffalo and helped, get Josh Allen from here to here. He had a really good year before he got hurt in Houston. I think he's fully aware of the fact that he may not lead a duck boat parade here in Boston or in New England, but, if he puts together a couple of years of, another couple 1,000-yard years and helps, get Drake May into the MVP conversation and helps make the Patriots a consistent playoff team again, I think you can have a very legitimate conversation about him as a potential Hall of Fame candidate. So I think that's a part of the conversation that we don't have enough when we talk about a guy, the impact of a guy like Steph Diggs in New England.
The Boston Globe's Christopher Price, our guest on Sports 1440. So with Ramondre Stevenson out, now the ball's in Travion Henderson's hand. But what a game last week against Tampa Bay. Was this the breakout game that everyone was kind of hoping that we would see from this guy?
I think so. Look, and I'm a little bit biased because I've spent a little time talking to him over the course of the last year. But it was a dynamite performance by a really impressive young kid, the second round pick out of Ohio State. It takes a while for offensive skill position guys to kind of mesh. Some guys, not all guys, but I think some guys to mesh. A lot of people here in New England were kind of waiting for that other shoe to drop with Henderson, especially given how he performed in the summer and in the preseason with a big kick return, the first preseason game that got everybody all jazzed up. And so I think everyone was kind of sitting and waiting for him for that breakout game, like you mentioned. And he had it last week against the Buccaneers, 2 long runs for touchdowns. He's a clear home run hitter. And I think that's one of the things that, not to go off on a tangent about him and, the youngster Kyle Williams, but the Patriots have really underrated team speed on this roster. They've had fast guys in the past, and they've had quick guys in the past, with great footwork, and the Wes Welkers and the Danny Amendolas and the Chris Hogans, but they haven't had a lot of fast guys who've been able to execute at a high level. And I think that's what you're starting to see more and more with TreVeyon Henderson. It's not just the pure speed, but his ability to use it in the most important situations that really started to kind of distinguish him a little bit.
Yeah. Overall, are you a believer with a team taking on the identity, Christopher, of its head coach? And in this sense, with Mike Vrabel and even to the point on defense with Terrell Williams, who, they worked together prior to New England. Do you see that with this defense in particular too?
Oh, definitely. I think that's a great point. I think that one of the reasons why this thing has gotten turned around as quickly as it has is the fact that Vrabel first and foremost brought in some guys who played for him in Tennessee and who understood the level of expectation that he wanted on the defensive side of the ball. I think that was very, very important. Guys like Robert Spillane, Harold Landry, Jack Gibbons, kind of relatively underrated guys, maybe on the free agent market, but guys who were Vrabel guys, quote unquote. And I think that really helped with the assimilation process. They went out and got other guys too. Look, Milton Williams signed the biggest free agent contract in the history of the franchise. He's had a huge impact on this team. I think one of the things that stands out for me is, Milton Williams signed a guaranteed $100 million deal, and no one in New England is complaining that he's overpaid right now. So, I think that, to your point, that the team, a successful team, takes on the identity of the coach and, takes on the look of the coach. And I think that's very much the case when you consider Mike Vrabel and the 2025 Patriots.
Who's impressed you on this defense, Christopher, in the sense of individual play so far this year?
That's a good question. There's a couple of guys. I think one guy who doesn't get enough respect, acknowledgement, is Craig Woodson, a 4th-round rookie out of Cal, who is in line to play more than 90% of the snaps as a rookie back in the back end. The Patriots have done a lot of shuffling at safety over the last 12 months. Kyle Duggar, Jabril Peppers, 2 guys who are really in a lot of ways foundational elements of that defense have been shuffled out of there. They're both in Pittsburgh now. And so you kind of land on a youngster like Craig Woodson. The Patriots have never had a first-year player, going all the way back to Devin McCourty, never had a first-year defensive player play more than 90% of the snaps. Wow. There's a high level of trust back there. And so Woodson has been a young man. Look, there have been rookie moments. I'm not going to say it's been perfect, and I'm not going to say he should be in the defensive rookie of the year conversation. But for what they've asked him to do, I think he's done an excellent job. And obviously that front 7 has been tremendous. Again, I'll mention Williams. Barmore has stayed healthy after, a couple of years of blood clot issues. The other guy who I think is really, really important in that conversation, who's kind of flown under the radar a little bit, but I think has had a great year, is Kelvon Chason, a defensive end, the edge presence, who has 6.5 sacks. He's on a 1-year deal. He's made himself, again, if he stays healthy, he's made himself an awful lot of money going into the free agent market moving forward.
Christopher Price from the Boston Globe, our guest on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Any talk, about, not taking the Jets, too lightly here because they are who they are, and you got the Bengals, and then, the Giants, who knows what you're going to get with them anymore. But, you mentioned the schedule here. Things are shaping up nicely for, the Patriots to stay a couple of games ahead of the Bills here in the division.
Yeah, it really is. And look, there was an awful lot of talk around Foxborough this week about not taking the Jets too lightly. And all Mike Vrabel had to do was showing the highlights of Miami upending Buffalo down in Miami. And so it was very much of a cautionary tale. Also, too, I mean, the Jets have won a couple of games as of late. And so they were able to kind of point to those. The Jets, the one area where I think the Jets might be able to, cause a few problems for New England tonight is on special teams. They obviously have a very good special teams group. Kick returns, they had a couple of kick returns last week. And so Vrabel and the rest of the special teams group are very much on point when it comes to the dangers of the New York Jets special teams. But look, the other thing too, offense, defense, the one thing that the Jets do really well, Breece Hall, is run the ball, and the Patriots have allowed one running back over 50 to reach the 50-yard mark this year. And so it's like the one thing that the Jets do, the Patriots have a counterpoint for. So while there is a lot of conversation, or there has been a lot of conversation around Foxborough this week that, look, you can't take the Jets lightly, on paper, this game doesn't appear to be much of a contest.
No. Were you at the Gronk availability, Christopher?
I was not, but I had the good fortune to cover him when he was here in New England for all those years. Yeah. And I'll tell you this, he's never had a bad day in his life. I think that he understands, that he kind of, from a DNA standpoint, I guess, or a physical standpoint, he understands that he won the life lottery. And he is fully aware and fully cognizant of how. And look, he had to work. I mean, that doesn't happen by accident. He was able to kind of throw himself into that and work. But the guy had a tremendous attitude, showed up for work every single day, happened to be in the National Football League, was a great compliment to so many other great players on those Patriots teams, whether it was Brady or Edelman or the rest. That he was in many ways, he was a perfect Patriot for them for a very, very long time. And look, I'm biased again because I saw him play every day. Yeah. But I think he was the best. He was the most impactful tight end that I've ever seen at that position.
Well, and again, Tom Brady's number one when it comes to Patriots lore. Where do you have Gronk then?
I think he's in the top 5 because there are some other guys who deserve. Look, older Patriots. John Hanna was, arguably one of, if not the best offensive lineman of all time, and he played in New England for more than a decade. And, you can put, I don't know if you want to have, Randy Moss included in that conversation. But for me, Gronk is without a doubt in the top 5. I mean, he was special. And he was a human cheat code in many ways for the Patriots passing game for an awful long time.
I mean, you could go up and down the list. I mean, defensively, there were so many great players that, everyone talks about the offense, but guys like, Vince Wilfork was amazing for so many years.
My personal mission is to get Vince, and not to go off on a thing here, but my personal mission is to get Vince Wilfork in the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame does not recognize interior defensive linemen who do not put up big sack numbers. Vince's job was not to sack the quarterback. He was not Warren Sapp. He was a guy who 2-gapped and 3-gapped and opened things up for linebackers like Teddy Bruschi and Vrabel and Roosevelt Colvin for so many years in New England. So, and he did it better than anyone else, in my opinion. So, there were a number of guys. I mean, you could go down the list there in New England. Rodney Harrison, Ty Law, so many great defensive players.
Richard Seymour,
Hall of Famer. Richard Seymour, Richard Seymour's a Hall of Famer, and so you can again, it's quite a top 10. I think NFL Films put something together. I was a part of a couple of years ago. NFL Films put the top 10 Patriots of all time. And you have a conversation and you put someone like Ty Law like 6th or 7th, but then you realize Ty Law's a Hall of Famer. Ty Law's one of the best defensive backs to play the game. So I think for me, you put Gronk in the top 5 and you kind of let the rest kind of, fall where they may.
Great trip down memory lane. Christopher, thanks for doing this. Enjoy the game tonight, and maybe we can chat soon as the season progresses here. Appreciate you coming on.
My pleasure. Take care. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, that's Christopher Price from the Boston Globe, covers the New England Patriots. It's the Jets and the Patriots tonight in Foxborough. And that's the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where, again, the Jeep Wranglers are on right now for 0% financing for up to 72 months. Check them out at stalbertdodge.com. Duke, you have the selection tonight. Is it still at 13.5?
Let's get it was this morning. Let's get the most recent refresh.
I would really appreciate it if it went up just a hair more, because I know you're going to take New England.
13.5.
13.5. 13.5. Do you still want some more time to stew on this?
Well, I think I'll maybe leave it till in or out.
Till in or out.
One of my topics there is focused around this game. So I think I'll wait for the official unveiling of my pick there in that segment.
Okay. MTR says Gronk is the best tight end of all time. Don't think it's even a debate when you talk about how good of a blocker he was too. I mean, I'm not arguing with that at all.
No, the results both offensively and then, as MTR points out, like he wasn't just a pass catcher. Like he did every element of a tight end's job to the highest ability, and he's got the hardware to prove it with the Super Bowl rings. Following Brady to Tampa Bay after retiring. It's the only real, and I get it, like NFL careers are just like naturally, even if you're the best, they're shorter and the injuries kind of really compound, especially when you're playing it the way Gronk did. But the only real part of it that's unfortunate is that he didn't play that long, relatively speaking. So it's I think the case for him as the best tight end ever is a pretty valid one.
I mean, when you talk about the top 5 guys or whatever, right? Tony Gonzalez, Antonio Gates, and Gronk are the 3 that always get brought up. I mean, I don't know who else you want to throw in there. Maybe like Jason Witten had a marvelous career.
Yep. Shannon
Sharp, Denver Broncos. Yeah,
was really good.
I still, every time I think about that, who was he slagging in the interview? If I saw him on the side of the street, no. Would I pick him up? No.
Yeah.
If it was at freezing rain, freezing snow, would I pick him up? No. If his car wouldn't start? No.
Well,
Who was the guy when he was
I
talking
can't
about
even remember who that was, but the sound bites was Sharp or all time. He's so funny. He's great, and he's obviously made a great career in the media after his playing days too. And so the sound bites, they just continue to pile up.
I mean, and then you probably have to throw Kelsey in here.
Oh, for
right?
sure.
So
And I
5.
think the difference maybe when comparing someone like Kelsey and Gronk in the modern era of the game is that Gronk is an infinitely better blocker than Travis Kelce.
And Kelsey, I think if you go back a number of years, felt like he was in the game more blocking. Now he's like, if I stand around and get in someone's way,
that's a lucky break. And at this stage, and once again, he is older now, and the longevity part of what Kelsey's accomplished, I think, is very impressive too. Most of his career, he has been a physically dominant wide receiver that lines up at the tight end spot. I think is a better way to put it. And I'm not trying to diminish what he's done, but like I said, on that side of it, he's not really in the same class as some of those other guys that we mentioned from a blocking perspective.
Sorry, Aaron, I just got your text here. Can you ask him about Mac Hollins and how he will fit in, I guess, down the road? Well, I mean, with Keishon Boutte out, that brings Mac Hollins into the mix. Obviously, the tight end, Hunter Henry, gets maybe a bit more usage, but I mean, Stefan Diggs, and he mentioned Pop Douglas. Demario Douglas is another guy that we'll probably see a little bit more. People are going bananas here for Henderson in fantasy, Duke, right now. They are going.
I've been squatting on him all year in my dynasty league when he kind of fell to me at the 6th spot in our rookie draft.
Again, who's in this draft?
Well, the couple guys went, and it's funny because the guys that I thought I'd have at 6, I was really excited about: Ted McMillan, Matthew Golden, and Golden's had a pretty disappointing rookie season to date so far. But McMillan's been rock solid. Those were guys that I'm like, there's a chance they could get to me at 6 because running back is such a premium position. You know, RJ Harvey jumped up a lot of people's boards late. You factor in Judkins and, of course, Ashton Genty, right? But I got Henderson, and he only started playing in my lineup as a flex player when I had a couple guys starting to go on bye. And it's worked out. He's going to be playing. Jonathan Taylor's on bye this week, so he's in for me. And I'm hoping he can keep this momentum going. Stevenson not playing again. The door's wide open for him.
I want to see these guys that are in this draft with you. I want to see their selections over the years.
It's
got to be just abysmal.
My track record in the rookie draft is exceptional. Now, listen, I've only got one championship to my name the season before this most recent one, but I like to think that I've done a good job of assessing talent at the rookie level.
How about Husks, eh? Him and his Indy Colts. Don't forget about Dallas Clark, KK.
Yeah, that's a good point.
09, 100 receptions, 1,100 yards, 10 TDs.
He was good. Very good.
Brad says, do you guys have Gronk and Kelsey ahead of Gonzalez?
I think I have Gonzalez ahead of Kelsey, but I think him and Gronk, like you and Christopher said, right? Like there's a couple tight ends that are kind of all there. Gates, Gonzalez, and Gronk, I think, are right there for the top spot.
It's a great argument. I mean, it's a great debate, great argument. When we come back, we'll have a bit of a shorter segment because we are awaiting the arrival of one Ladislav Schmid. It's coming up on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, and also Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram.
When you visit a Booster Juice location on November 13th and purchase any regular size smoothie, you get another one free.
No way.
Yes way. We celebrate our birthday every year with a special buy one, get one smoothie offer to show our appreciation for our amazing customers from coast to coast.
I'm ready to celebrate.
Thank you, Canada, for 26 wonderful years. We look forward to serving you not one, but 2 delicious smoothies on November 13th. Conditions apply. Booster Juice, Canadian born, blending since 1999.
Across the province, Albertans are taking their shot on Play Alberta. With casino winners every hour, jackpots worth millions, and revenue that stays in the province, there's never been a better time to sign up. Right now, our listeners can score a $50 free bet when they make a minimum $50 deposit with code Gregor50. That's code Gregor50 for a $50 free bet. Start playing with your game sense today to find out if you're Alberta's next winner. In the new year with a Canadian country legend. December 31st, in concert at the Silent Ice Center in Nisku. Brett Kissel. She drives me crazy. Multiple CCMA and Juno Award winner, platinum-selling recording artist, and top 10 hitmaker. Celebrate the new year in Alberta, country style. Bring your friends, your cowboy boots, and your party spirit for a night full of hits, celebration, and unforgettable memories. The countdown to 2026 starts with Brett Kissel live on stage. Get your tickets now at silenticecenter.com/events.
Hand delivering a hamper to a family in need fills everyone's hearts with joy. Be part of the Holiday Hamper program. Adopt a local family and see the difference your groceries and gifts make firsthand. Sign up today at holidayhamper.ca.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
Diablo Boots sells only Canadian-made work and biker boots made by Canada West. No American or boots made in China, so no tariffs. All of Diablo's boots have replaceable soles and heels for longer life. Sizes 6 to 14 Triple E. Buy quality, buy Canadian. And support Canada West and Diablo, the 2 best names in the boot business. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Buy Canadian. They're terrific.
Watch out. They're back. I don't know why you're treating me like the worst moving company in the region.
Get ready for a new season of the homegrown Crave original, The Office Movers.
All right, should we roll?
The hilarious hit series from creators Jay and Trey Richards.
We're building, we're elevating, we're moving up. New space, new contracts.
You guys need to go. The client is freaking out.
Where is the elevator?
It's busted.
The Office Movers. New season. Stream now. Only on Crave. Proudly Canadian. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Portions of this hour are brought to you by Sports Select. Playing Sports Select is easy. Visit sportselect.com and generate a QR code, or check their how to play videos for step-by-step guidance. Sportselect.com, 100% legal, must be 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. Further to Duke's little message there, playing Sports Select is quite easy because all you have to do is visit sportselect.com, generate that QR code. There's videos for a step-by-step instruction. Check it out, sportselect.com. It's 100% legal. You got to be 18 years plus. Please play responsibly. Just awaiting the arrival of one Ladislav Schmid, fresh off a little trip over to Czech, where he was with one of the many teams that he coaches over there. Did you know when he was gone, Duke, that Donnie P did reach out to him? And he did reply to Donnie P.
Wow.
He did send a reply saying, I just don't have time.
Well, that's more than I usually get from Laddie when he's abroad. So I guess I know where I stand.
Yeah.
I thought we were closer than that.
Kieran texts in and saying Ray Buchanan was the guy that Shannon Sharp was doing that interview. And you just, for you know what, and giggles, posted it up here. And
I just pulled it up and watched it there during the last couple commercials. And he's talking, but he's like, because it's in this video, it's like it has clips of each of them back and forth from different interviews. And they're talking to Sharp, and the one line where he says, he's like, yeah, I think some people are ugly. Do I think he's ugly? Yes, but I never said that. And then the interviewer's like, you just said it.
But again, if he was on the side of the road and snow and whatever,
Would I pick him up? No.
And the other thing too is like Sharp, he's kind of spitting all over everyone in the
and he's got like those glasses on. They're like swim goggles. It's so tight around his face and like so small.
Oh boy. JP just texts in, KK need an updated breakdown on goaltending. What? You saw that Skinner was 37th in save percentage after last night. Pickard much worse. Well, Stu's save percentage obviously increased after last night, did it not? Because he gave up 1 goal on 21 shots, so 20 saves last night. His save percentage is still below 900. I got it at 889. So obviously, I don't know where it ranks. If you say 37th, maybe it does at that point. Cal Pickard, he's got work to do, man. And we're assuming that he gets to start tonight. And he needs to come up with his best game of the year. This is an opportunity. Anytime that you have your backup goaltender going on back-to-backs, your team is... It happens every game, and people they just don't understand it. Because of the elite athlete, where you'll see in the third period tonight, there'll be a period of time where the Oilers will run out of gas. It might be a segment or a stretch of 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 minutes. And you're going to need your backup goaltender to come up with some big saves. That's how back-to-backs work. And there are stats out there. I mean, look at the very beginning of the year. Dustin Wolf played here, right, for the Flames. Then the very next night in Vancouver, lost second game of the back-to-back. And that's the start of the year. And then everyone talking about the usage of Wolf right now in Calgary. It's tapered off a little bit with Cooley being there, but everything gets said. Like, think about Connor Hellebuck. How often? And I mean, Scott Arniel just came out with a quote saying, we need this guy fresh in the playoffs. You got to you have to be looking ahead. And again, when you have a road trip like this, there's no question that the Oilers staff and then Pete Aubry, goaltending coach, would go, all right, Stu, this is your game last night, Pickard. And these guys would have known this heading out on the trip. And then next week, when you have a back-to-back again, Stu, you're going to play the second one this time around because you're probably going to play in Buffalo. Cal, you can play on the 19th. You'll play the first game of the back-to-back in Washington. Did you see Andrei Vasilevsky yesterday, Duke, on that 5th goal?
I did. I saw there was like 7 goals in the first period in a game where 2 of the best goalies in the world were in the crease. So, hey, that's hockey for you. It's not always simple, especially when you talk about goalies. It's total voodoo.
Oh, man, get some sun, Laddie. Holy cow, you look like Duke here. Laddie is gearing down. Is the camera on right now? Oh, too bad. Too bad. Our ratings would have just went up, eh? Let's take a quick break. We'll come back with Ladislav Schmid, Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne on Sports 1440, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram.
When you visit a Booster Juice location on November 13th and purchase any regular size smoothie, you get another one free.
No way.
Yes way. We celebrate our birthday every year with a special buy one, get one smoothie offer to show our appreciation for our amazing customers from coast to coast.
I'm ready to celebrate.
Thank you, Canada, for 26 wonderful years. We look forward to serving you not one, but 2 delicious smoothies on November 13th. Conditions apply. Booster Juice, Canadian born, blending since 1999.
Stories are told to make a point, and GS Construction takes them very seriously. We're not talking about fairy tales. GS Construction looks at the story old pipes tell us, a tale of time and pressure and endurance. So when those old pipes are ready to end their story, GS Construction starts a new chapter by repairing or rebuilding, or in some cases, renewing the underground infrastructure that supports our modern lives, making sure every community's story continues on safely and reliably. For more, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Whether you're at home, in the car, or on the move, you're never more than a tap away from Sports 1440. Download the radio player or iHeart app today so you can get all access anytime to Edmonton's only sports radio station, Sports 1440.
Mr. Rooter watches the big game. Go deep! What you watching, Mr. Rooter?
The Plumbing Olympics. Frankie Drain Dragon Sanchez is attempting to break the world record in the 100-meter snake. Watch! Wow! Did you see that? He snaked out a 50-pound clog. And in the middle of that wad, a gold medal. What theater?
Yeah, that's very cool, Mr. Rooter.
For a plumber who's good as gold, call Mr. Rooter.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Snow, colder weather, shorter days. November is officially here. But it doesn't all have to be bad news. If you're thinking about a new or used vehicle, now is the time. Massive savings, 0% financing, and don't forget tires at cost. Yes, that's right. We sell winter tires at cost. There's lots to celebrate in November. And as always, we'd like to thank all of those who have fought and served for our country. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Weekly NFL giveaways, drink specials, huge screen TVs. The hits keep coming at First Round, Edmonton's NFL headquarters. Watch NFL football at First Round, and you could win a trip to your favorite NFL city for a regular season game next season. Catch NFL action Thursday nights, all day Sunday, starting with the Pro Bowl brunch from 10:30 to 2. Then Monday night with half-price boneless wings after 6 p.m. First Round, burgers, beer, sports. Downtown and Bourbon Street, West Edmonton Mall.
Getting in on the sports action you want is as easy as playing at sportselect.com. Simply make your picks online, generate your QR code, and lock in your bet at your local Lotto Spot retailer. Then sit back, watch the game, grip your chair, and high-five anyone nearby. Every bet is 100% legal with the chance of winning cash in hand. Sports Select. When you're ready to play, bet on the original. Must be 18 plus to play. Play responsibly.
A veteran of the Edmonton sports scene for over 3 decades, the Kevin Karius Show, powered by Sports Select.
Bet on the original at sportselect.com. Please play responsibly.
Welcome back to the big program, 9:35 in Edmonton. The Kevin Karius Show is presented by Sports Select. We talked about the QR codes. If you don't like that, you also can go with the paper selection slips. Just give them to your local Lotto Spot retailer. It's 100% legal. You got to be 18 years plus. Please play responsibly. As we welcome in Ladislav Schmid to the show, our co-host on Thursdays from 9:30 to 11. Good morning, Laddie.
Good morning, Kevin.
How are you doing? Good.
Very good. A
got
little tired.
A little tired. When did you get back from Czech?
It was Tuesday, late afternoon.
Late afternoon, long flight.
Oh yeah. We just spent over 10 hours on the plane because we were waiting for some delayed group catching our flight. So we were stuck on the plane hour and a half prior to our flight.
Prague or
no, Amsterdam.
Amsterdam.
Oh, it sucked.
Oh.
And then they were like, oh, most of them are here. We cannot wait anymore for the last group, but their bags are on our plane. So we have to wait and unload the bags so that took another half hour. My God, the guy next to me was cursing so bad, maybe even more than me.
Well, and the Duke just got back.
I heard.
Yeah. Had a wonderful trip.
But I think we would need like a whole nother show
to do
to cover
recap.
Yeah, well, first we have to. I want to know what the dress code was, or what the people were wearing, because we discussed shorts are.
So you're talking about for the wedding ceremony.
Wedding ceremony. Yes, it was a mixture.
It was a pretty good blend, I think. I went with pants, but I took your advice, Lai, since it was supposed to be on the beach, but then the weather turned sour basically as the wedding was starting, so it kind of moved half inside. So I had pants, but I rolled them up, make them into a capri looking thing around my nice toned calves. And then I was barefoot in the sand, but then I had like dress sandal, like Birkenstocks kind of style thing. So I ended up wearing those when we were back inside. But then for the reception is when I changed, because this was like the planned little deal that the other MC did, where we had these like sleeveless dress shirts, and it was navy. It was button up, like it's nice, but sleeveless. It's kind of a joke.
So
and white shorts and white kind of linen style shorts.
Okay, that's fine. If it was set up, that's okay. You just they all knew you were from Alberta and Saskatchewan.
But the bigger question here, laddie, is did this attire impress the ladies?
I couldn't agree more.
It did, for sure. It drew a lot. It drew a lot of eyes. I'll say that much.
Oh my God!
From people
deflecting. Just say it. Did you strike or not?
I'm not saying that on the radio.
Did you?
I don't piss and tell. That's not my style.
So he didn't.
No.
So he didn't.
You can make whatever assumptions you want.
But he got a new couch. So is there a lady? Did you exchange any numbers
in Mexico?
Yes.
No. I'll be honest with you, laddie, and you can make fun of me all you want. That's fine. The overall talent level at the resort, I thought was pretty lacking, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I like that you have standards, because I know people that would go for anything.
Yeah.
I respect that. But now, can I trust it, or you're making bullshit excuses?
No, I don't think so. There was a few, and we like mingled with a couple folks at the clubs on a few of the nights. But largely, I didn't really think there was a lot to.
And these are women that came not with your partner.
Yeah, that going outside the group, outside the group.
So there was no single ladies in the group.
There were, but
you just don't want to cut them down. So let's leave it at that, because you might see them again.
That's right.
So the time was horrible. No, was the hotel busy?
Actually, no. It seemed actually the day we were checking out, I heard a little scuttle around the lobby as we're waiting for the shuttle to come, that they were expecting, I think, like 400 check-ins that day.
Wow.
I think for a wedding as well, but like a I don't know what the it was a Indian wedding, but I don't know if it'd be like a Hindu wedding or what, where it's always
400 is a lot.
Huge amounts of people, right? That was what I heard. I talked to one of the bellboys briefly, and that's what he'd told me. So,
ooh, that's busy. Well, you should have stake up
stuck around. Yeah, all of a sudden, my the bigger pool, my chances might have increased ever so slightly.
400, yeah. Well, Duke might be moving to India.
So nothing, eh?
It was a great trip. I had an excellent time.
So how many days total?
7.
And you're as white as a ghost.
That's just not true.
It is.
It is true.
I asked him if he was wearing a big sombrero.
Schlemmer gave me a compliment yesterday. He said I look nice and tanned.
And
Schlemmer lived in Arizona.
Is Schlemmer desperate or something? Like, come on. Was he expecting something in return?
I think
Schlemmer, guess what? You look great too.
I think Schlemmer's just nicer to me than you are.
Oh my God.
It's probably out, and Laddie's just jealous because one of the
wipe it off.
Laddie didn't get a cat named after him like Schlemmer did, so it's just out of jealousy.
So well, I wouldn't want my name on an animal like cat. I'll assure you of that.
All right,
so they're evil animals. You cannot trust them.
If I ever get a dog, I'll name it Laddie.
I would call the services on you that you're not responsible. You leave your cats by themselves.
Okay, now listen.
While he was, were you responsible for them?
No. So what happened here? This is you got to
as if
we're gonna tell this story, then we're gonna start talking some hockey.
Okay,
but he came back, and his sister was looking after the cats, but the last day didn't look after him because he was coming home.
Yeah,
and the cats locked themselves in the door or in the room,
No. They locked themselves out of, and I think I figured out what happened because I saw it happen yesterday when I was at home. My Roomba, like my robot vacuum, I think it closed the door when it was like driving along the backside of it. Yeah. And so it locked them out of the office, which is where the litter box is.
Okay,
so they shit all over the place.
Bed.
Just on,
They
yeah,
scratched
on top
up the bed.
No, yeah, they just did a little business
All
like
the
on
covers.
top of the bed, yeah. Which is unfortunate.
And now
but
they're going to tear up this new couch.
No, they're not.
They will.
They're not.
They will. They will.
They're not.
Without question.
They're not.
So
bad
instead
cats.
of your bed being a love bench, it's a litter box.
Yeah,
I guess so. I suppose that's the most
poor
accurate
dude.
description of it at the current state.
Poor
Too
dude.
bad.
Is it the current state of your love
No.
life too?
No.
Oh,
Everything's great.
Bad.
Everything's great.
Okay. Last night, did you watch the Oilers game?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah?
Like I had a little bit of time, but I had practice with my son after a
Shuffling
while.
around.
But it was nice to see that they kept it close. Great challenge on the offside.
Yeah, and that's a league challenge.
That's and just kind of careless play by the. Oh, I was happy.
Yeah,
but it's a simple but very careless play
by Owen Tippett.
Yes,
He's not in the play.
He's not even in the play. Like just like half second. Like I would be pretty choked.
Yeah,
but it is like I was happy that Oilers were able.
Well, look
to...
at how Roslovic kept onside with his leg.
Yes,
and he wasn't sure that he was onside.
Yeah, but he did.
Yeah,
thank God.
Yeah.
Well, he has been Mr. Clutch lately.
Well, 2 overtime. You know who's got 3 in a row?
Who?
Your buddy Cogs.
He's got
Andrew Cogdiano, back overtime winners.
Wow. Well, I guess Colorado hired the right guy for development.
Is that where he is?
Yeah.
Cogs is?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
Cogs works for the Avalanche.
Oh, really?
And the players development role, because I talked to the Max Karen from the Oil Kings. He's drafted by Colorado, so he said he was working with him a little bit.
Now, okay, before I ask you this, did you see the first goal by Philadelphia, power play goal?
I didn't.
Okay.
Sorry, you gotta show it to me.
Well, we'll get the guys to do it.
Was it when?
Well, it's a power play goal. So,
but was it when Nurse kind of fell and
no,
in front of the net?
No, that comb is in front of the net on that.
No,
one.
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was a different play. No.
So
yeah,
Nurse was on front of the net on the goal that was disallowed.
Yeah, that was the one. Yeah,
that's what you're thinking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mixed it up. Even there, I thought better box out there.
Okay.
Because he, like it should be the forward who's ending up on his ass, right?
On the goal that was disallowed.
Yeah, that's on the goal that was disallowed.
I want to get your thoughts on the first goal here because Rig texts in a couple of observations. He says, "What was Ekholm doing on the first goal? He was in the crease beside Stu. The puck went through his legs at thigh height. Should be out front boxing people out." Okay. On the power play though, this is a power play. It's not 5-on-5. So what's the correct play here?
Well, I didn't see it, so
I know. Well, I'm just sort of explaining it to you, but
yeah, but like, was it a low play or?
Well, it's a shot from the point.
Okay, so
no, I shouldn't say a shot from the point. It's Michkov coming in. He circles around
and then goes
probably
down
at the top of the circle, just inside.
Yeah,
top of
so
circle.
it depends what the Oilers are playing. If they're squeezing them down, like putting pressure from up top. Well, usually the D-man on the strong side should challenge the shot.
Okay.
Try to
pretty
block.
High.
What do you mean?
He's up like Michkov, who scored. He's pretty high. He floats around from the sideboards and comes in.
Yeah, it comes in, but still the D-man should come out if nobody else is challenging it. Usually the D-man on the strong side takes the weak side post, leaves the shot on a. If anything goes to weak side, he blocks it. If it goes on the strong post, then the goalie has it, and then the front of the weak side defenseman should be boxing people out.
It's again on the power play. Sometimes you'll see defensemen, and are they told this obviously by the coaches? You can leave the guy alone there a little bit.
Yeah, you
so
can.
How does that work?
Well, it works if the play is developing. You're just leaving him alone, right? Like you don't want to take yourself out of the play.
Correct.
But as the shot, you see the shot is coming or is about to
develop. The play is developing. Okay.
Then you should be grabbing sticks and trying to get the guy out of the front net.
Yeah.
It's hard when he's already established. So there's 2 ways. If you can establish yourself on the right side of him and push him out, do it early.
Okay.
If not, if he's already there, I would suggest trying to block the shot as well.
So Rig says now on the disallowed goal, Nurse is in the crease. This is the one that you saw.
Yeah, and again, like
he's falling on Stu as the puck's going by. Pretty hard to play goal when your D-men are like that.
Better job boxing out. Like Darnell is a big, strong guy, so like that's what I saw there. Like it was just kind of like an innocent shot, but because the guy is establishing establishing himself there already. Like usually the box out happens away from the net, right? Like that's where good box out starts. But sometimes the play develops itself so fast, you don't have time. So again, instead of fighting in front of Stu, maybe just trying to control the stick so there's no tip. Or the other way is, like I said, front the guy and trying to block the shot. There's your two options.
I got some crap by a couple of guys today for not sticking up for Bouchard last night because Frank came on and said he didn't think Bouchard was very good last night. And I thought Bouchard was okay. I didn't say it in the interview with Frank, but I mean, he played 23-45, had the nice goal. I mean, that got things going.
Yeah.
But there are still things, there's lapses.
I think the whole defense can play better. Like yesterday was better than the previous games, but still, and like the previous few games, or like their record is fine. Like we all know that the Oilers are not great with starts of the season, I'd say. But as long as they're gonna be heading the right direction, I'm okay with that. But yeah, the defense has been so in my opinion. And it's not on just defense, man. Don't get me wrong. Like there's the 5 guys on the ice, but it starts there.
There's only one team in the West that is head and shoulders above everyone right now. That's Colorado.
Yes.
I mean, Dallas is off to a pretty decent start too.
Yeah, they got a good team. Vegas is all right.
In the Pacific, you can talk about Anaheim's start. I don't think it's going to be sustainable. I'm sorry, Duke.
I feel the same. Like, yes, they're young guys. Well, if they're going to be where they are after Christmas, then I'm going to be like, okay, they got something going on. But
they're 3 points ahead of the Oilers. They have 2 games in hand.
Yeah, like I don't think it's sustainable either. Like if they're going to make a playoffs, I'll be surprised, pleasantly surprised. Don't get me wrong, Duke. Like I don't wish them any bad. Like they got a goalie, Czech goalie. Check. They have a Czech captain.
2 Czech goalies.
Yeah, well, 2 Czech goalies. Yeah, sorry. They have a Czech captain, bunch of young kids that they're playing really good right now.
Do you think Dostal could be the starter for them in the Olympics?
Oh yeah, I think he is.
Yeah, you think he is?
Yes, he is. Well, he won the World Championship with them last year. He didn't go, I think, because of the contract negotiations. So they put Vejmelka from Utah there, and he.
But Vejmelka's playing well too.
He's playing well. Vladar is playing well. There's your 3.
Yeah,
and then you have Dobish from Montreal.
Dobish,
he's playing well. So like that's a one area I think that we are strong, but I think Dostal has an edge.
You think Dostal has the edge to start?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I thought I'd be going with Vejmelka.
No, he had a terrible World Championship. Yeah, I think they're gonna go with Dostal because he also, he played for them 2 years ago and he won, and he was excellent at the tournament. So I think Dostal's gonna get number 1, and then Vejmelka and either Vladar or Dobish.
As far as goaltending tonight, we've had people text in. We had Andrew Walker on. He believes that his contention is that he would play Skinner again.
Stu again.
I'm on the other side. I'm going
Pickard.
I'm going. This was set before, and Pickard's your guy.
Yeah, like Stu play well.
Stu's going to play 5 out of these 7 games on this
exactly. Trip. Like why? Like there's no reason why would you, like if you absolutely don't have to, don't play the goalie back to back.
And this is an opportunity for Cal here.
Yeah,
because he hasn't been very good.
No, and he probably knows it, and team loves him. So I think they're gonna play hard for him. Oh, like obviously the game against Columbus wasn't the greatest, but you showed your strength within, and like you were able to climb back, and just the good old Oilers fashion, falling back 2 goals and coming back, winning in overtime. Why
do you think there's so many overtime games and everything's so close here? Like, I mean, it's not just the Oilers; it's across the board on the league.
The teams are getting closer and closer, man. Like even the rebuilding teams. Look at San Jose. All of a sudden, they got 4 in a row. Anaheim, like the league is closer and closer. Like teams are doing good job getting inserting these young guys, and all these like young star players. They're pretty good in the regular season. We don't have really big sample of them being like how good they're gonna be in the playoffs. That's a different talk. But right now, like they're getting some confidence, some experience, and it's paying off to those teams.
Yeah. Hey, we're gonna have your buddy Devin Dubnik on in the 10 o'clock.
Dooby.
When's the last time you talked to Doobie?
On this show.
On this show.
He's honestly not. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Goalies are usually very weird. He's one of the most normal goalies I ever played. So
okay, if he's the most normal, who's the weirdest?
Czech guys, like you wouldn't know. Like
who? Well, the guys that you played with over there. Oh,
yes,
okay.
yes. There were some special cases.
What about Brizgalov?
I did never play with him. I know of him, and I know people who play with him.
What'd they say?
That's a special guy. From the guy. I don't know, man. Like he's hilarious.
Yeah.
He was a good goalie, but he
had a couple good years. Then when he signed the big contract,
the wheels fell off.
Yeah,
but no.
What about like guys in the NHL that people would know, not Czech guys that when you were over there? Like if Doobie's the most level-headed, straight guy.
JD was pretty good.
Yeah, JD. Yeah,
Rolly was pretty crazy.
Yeah, Rolly was off the charts.
Rolly, did I tell you the story?
I don't know.
My first camp with the Oilers. It's like we were split in 3 groups. I was with like 20 years old. Like I said, my first camp with the Oilers, just got traded during the summer. I think it was the first practice, early practice, so Rolly wasn't having it. He was very grumpy.
Yeah.
So I go in. I had no idea about this. So I go, I shot the puck. Shot the puck above the pads.
Yeah.
And I think it hit him in the arm. He wasn't even moving. He was just standing there. I go in the corner, stop. All of a sudden, his stick just barely misses my face, hits the glass. And I'm like, and he's charging at me. It's like, don't ever effing shoot the puck. Warm-up shot above my pads. You're not allowed, you effing rookie.
Yeah.
And like the guy's like, Rolly, just whoa. Then a bunch of more swears, goes back, and like after the practice, like nothing happened.
Yeah.
I'm like, is this like, where am I? Like, this is crazy. Yeah. So that was my kind of first experience with Rolly. But like similar thing, I've seen similar thing happening in Czech. Goalies there were like, first shooting drill, just hit my pads. Don't be a hero.
One time with Rolly, we went out after a game in New York, just him and just the two of us. So, and Rolly could pound him back pretty good for a guy that's 175 pounds, right? Or 80.
I think he doesn't drink now.
He doesn't need to after all those years. Anyway, we went out and he almost cost me not making the plane the next morning because the Oilers played. We went out after the game and the team left the next day because all the wives were on and the girlfriends because they were shopping and things like that. And they were staying overnight, one more night in New York. So he and I went out. And we got home pretty late, and
it's New York. He never sleeps.
I know, but I almost missed the plane.
What would you have done? Just bought yourself a ticket?
No, I don't know. They don't care. You think they care about a media guy missing?
Like, I care about you.
No, they were like, "Let's go, let's go."
Was it with McD?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just let's go. Wheels up.
Yeah.
He would probably leave the guys.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he wouldn't care.
Oh, like I know he would like if you were on time, the bus is leaving, you're going, you're responsible for your own.
But I was surprised. Like, I mean, like years ago, I could kind of hold my liquor, but Rolly,
not
with him. He put me under the table.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's good to know.
Those were the days.
Good on and off the ice.
Yeah. Top of the hour, we're gonna go in or out with Ladislav Schmid coming up. Devin Dubnik at 10:20. Before that, time now for Sports 1440 update brought to you by First Round. And tonight's the night, man. Thursday night football. You could win an NFL jersey tonight at both locations. You also get 50% off boneless wings. Boy, if Mark Lieber's brought in some boneless wings right now, we would have them, wouldn't he? Oh, levers. Come on, get the grill going. First round, Edmonton's NFL headquarters. Here is the Duke.
Sports 1440 update.
Oilers continue their road trip with the second half of back-to-back tonight in Columbus, taking on the Blue Jackets for the second time this week. Puck drop scheduled for 5:30 Mountain Time. None of the games around the NHL. The Maple Leafs hosting the Kings in Toronto. Stars are in Montreal. Senators taking on the Bruins from Ottawa. Flames taking on the Sharks down the highway. And the nightcap has Winnipeg Jets in Seattle against the Kraken. In case you missed it earlier this morning, Ottawa Senators extending Shane Pinto on a 4-year deal where they cap it at $7.5 million. Pinto off to a strong start this season. The 25-year-old has 8 goals, 14 points in 18 games. And some sad news as well this morning as longtime New York hockey beat writer Larry Brooks has passed away at the age of 75 after a brief battle with cancer. Brooks covering the beat for 38 years, winning the Elmer Ferguson Award from the Hockey Hall of Fame in 2018. Just 3 games in the association tonight. Raptors are back at it in Cleveland against the Cavaliers. That one tipping off at 5 o'clock. The Suns host the Pacers, and the Hawks in Utah against the Jazz. Coming up in hour 4 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll check in with a new edition of In or Out and be joined by former NHL goaltender Devin Dubnyk. I'm Brandon Douglas. That's your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
The future of female hockey is here. It's season 2 of the Female Super League, the first ever female-only independent hockey division in Western Canada, with teams from British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. Featuring 16U, 14U, and 12U divisions, the FSL brings showcase weekends packed with thrilling games, and our 14U and 16U have been pioneering the advanced body checking rule, empowering young players. The Female Super League, where the best in female hockey takes center ice. Details at femalesuperleague.com.
Wondering what you can afford?
Let Go Auto do the math with our free car loan calculator. No pressure,
No awkward convos.
just quick answers on your budget and payments.
Bad credit? No credit? We got you.
Text check to 780-777-7777.
That's check to 780 all 7.
Find out what you qualify for and start shopping with confidence. Go Auto. Drive what you love with payments that make sense.
This hockey season, before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca.
At Sherwood Honda, SUV must stand for Sell Us Vehicles. Because if you have an SUV, Sherwood Honda sure would love to buy it. Any make, any model. If you're driving an SUV that's in good shape and yours to sell, you should turn around and head to Sherwood Honda for a really good price. And if you're not driving an SUV, that's okay. Sherwood Honda sure would still be happy to sell you a vehicle too.
At Fountain Tire, get up to 15% off select tires, up to $125 off a set of 4 select Goodyear tires, and $50 off a $150 service until December 13th. Restrictions apply. Book today. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
With over 30 years of sports experience, this is the Kevin Karius Show, brought to you by Sports Select.
Bet on the original at sportselect.com. Please play responsibly.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 10:01 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid with you, along with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 here in the West Edmonton Mall, Sports 1440 studio. So glad you're with us on a Thursday morning, final hour of the show, where we kick things off with In or Out.
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or are you out? In or out of what? No time for questions, just action. In or out? Well, then I'm out. I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined the whole thing.
All right, Duke. Letterbuck.
Oilers kicking off their season-long road trip with a win last night in Philadelphia, 2-1 in extra time. Not trying to be negative, Nelly. Oilers won the game.
Yes,
they dominated the vast majority of it, particularly the middle 35 minutes of the contest. But when I watch that game and I see the Flyers get back into the game after a shift by their fourth line, 2 shifts actually by their fourth line, that kind of helped spin things back in their direction, I think the Oilers still lack an ability from a line to change momentum that does not contain a jersey 97 or 29.
What's the matter?
Well, I couldn't find my microphone. That's like, where'd it go?
Straight in front.
It was on the side.
Foot off.
This is, dude, my peripheral vision is not the greatest. Otherwise, I would still be in the league.
Yeah.
I could only see the glass and out. I'd say yes. I'm in on this one.
You're in on this one?
I don't want to be unfair to the other lines, but yeah, when it comes to momentum and like making the play that's gonna swing it the other way, like yes, they rely too much on those two.
Okay, I'm gonna agree with you too in a point here, but I think with Janmark coming in here now, that fourth line you saw, like Janmark went to the net a few times,
but it's a small sample.
I know. Well, he's only been playing 2 games here.
Well, I know, but
Lazar went to the net a couple times
in a month. Then we can maybe.
Yeah.
He's saying it's
Right
still
now.
lacking right now. Yes,
I'm
but
saying it's coming.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. But you're right. Like Janmark is a really good player, man. Like
Sure
I
is.
like him. He brings you that energy. I like him playing with Brown too. Like when
Dependable.
Brown was here, you know.
Doesn't panic.
Yeah, like he's a veteran. He knows his role exactly. He plays the role great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
know,
big for them.
you gotta
That
think,
he's
like,
coming back.
You know, and Hyman's close to coming back, and Nuge is,
Oh, it's
you know,
gonna
a week
be-
ago. So they're going to start to get a little more identity down there. Like if you think
They
about it,
need it.
Laddie, 3 games ago, I guess it is, the fourth line consisted of Howard, Savoy, and Tomashik.
Yeah, and those guys are not fourth liners.
No,
they're top 9, top 6.
Whatever you want
Some
to
of
say,
them.
your fourth line needs to be, again, like Duke says, like Philly, to get that momentum.
Fourth line doesn't need to be fancy.
No.
Like it needs to get on the forecheck, pound some bodies. Hopefully, they create some chances of that and stay even. That's just what it is, or what it's always been.
Yeah, it's weird because the Flyers were so largely outplayed in that game, and yeah, the Oilers didn't get a ton of like grade A scoring chances, even though they dominated puck possession for most of the first and virtually the entirety of the second period. But I just thought it was so funny that the fourth line breaks up a couple dominant stretches by the Oilers, like the Philly fourth line, and it came in the form of getting physical, laying the body on some guys. They played in the Oilers' end for their 2 shifts over the course of whatever was 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, like I said, nothing fancy, nothing great came out of it. They didn't get a fast break or an odd man rush, but it at least gave them a chance to catch their breath a little bit and try and get the rest of the team back on track. And so far, through a month and a half of the Oilers season, I don't think we've seen a ton of that from their bottom 2 lines. And it might be, going back to what we talked about earlier this week, Kevin, an identity thing. Like the Oilers don't really have that throughout the bottom lines of their lineup. But road trip continuing tonight. They go on a back-to-back, taking on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Second time this week they'll play the Jackets based on recent play. And for Savoy, I think it's as recent as last night. Podkolzin, I'm going to go a couple games more recently. I think at least one of them will find the score sheet tonight with a goal.
Ah, sure. I'll go with that one.
I would love that.
I mean,
I hope so.
Savoy's been around it.
He's been around it.
But Colson had that chance yesterday set up by Roslovic, kind of the one-timer.
Roslovic is playing very well.
Roslovic's playing great.
He's catching his footing.
2 of them are, with Leon. And again, I mentioned this morning. I don't know if you agree, but when you watch Roslovic, and keep an eye on him tonight, when guys play with Leon or Connor, what do? Oh, I got to get them the puck as fast as I can. And then what happens is it turns into a mess because the opposition goes, well, that guy's just going to do that. Roslovic's hanging on. He's looking for another outlet.
He's a good player.
Yes,
man.
he's
Well,
smart.
because everybody, if you're a smart player, like you just mentioned, like you know that they're anticipating the play to Leon, right? So, but like I said, he's a veteran guy. He scored 20 goals multiple times, so he's totally capable of making plays on his own or using other teammates.
Yep.
But that being said, obviously, I would try to get the puck to Leon as well. But if he's got a one or two guys, like they double team him at times, right?
Yeah.
Like it's hard. Yeah. So yeah, it's good that he can make plays.
And if we rewind to last season, like the biggest criticism of Podkolzin playing so frequently in the top six was that like he can't finish, right? He doesn't have that natural scoring ability when you're playing alongside a guy like Leon that would largely benefit him, and his point totals, goal totals would likely be a lot higher. But I once again, I just think he's just playing the games at such a solid 200-foot level right now. Leon likes playing with him. He's going to stick there, and the addition of Roslovic maybe just gives a little more offensive kick to that line that I could easily see 92 banging one in here in the not so distant future. And Savoy, I mean, he's a skilled player, right? That is his game. And as long as he's getting looks in the top six, I do think it's just a matter of time before he also finds the back of the net. From our nation's capital this morning, Shane Pinto extending in Ottawa, 4-year deals, $7.5 million AAV is the new price on it. And I look at what the Senators have done here in the past handful of years and the way they've constructed this roster with some long-term deals. They took some gambles, but when you look at the gambles they've taken, I think they've all paid off. And as a result, I don't think there is a team that has done a better job managing the salary cap in the past handful of years.
It's a tough question because I don't know the other teams, but yeah, in recent years, I don't know if the top, but they have to be on top 3 teams. Like maybe I would go in on this one because they got some like young talent locked in for long term deals, and yeah, I know they seem high. They seemed high maybe like 2 years ago, but like it's getting better and better. It's gonna age very well.
The
like,
price point's unreal. I mean, Kachuk's the only guy that they got he's got 2 more years after this year.
Yeah.
But a lot of their guys are locked in for a long time.
I know, and like on decent deals, Stützle, Sanderson.
They're all there's no one.
They're all sub $9 million.
8.3, 8.2.
Like it's Stevie Stamkos.
Jake Sanderson.
Yeah, Jake Sanderson. Stevie Stamkos, man.
I'm looking forward to see Duke's Ducks here. What is going to happen? And
do you want him to succeed or
Duke?
Be the best? No, you don't.
No, I don't. I
don't think so, Duke, because he's very choked about the football situation too, right?
No, I'm fine with football. I come out ahead in 2 weeks in a row. I'm ahead. I just
I was away.
I grind.
Well, who was
Donnie was making the pick, and Donnie fared okay. I think he went 2 and 3 on his selections, but Kevin has actually strung some of his own picks.
I want to see. Let's get back to the question here. I want to see how Pat Verbeek handles Cutter Gauthier, handles Leo Carlson, because he played hardball a little bit with Mason McTavish, and that thing lasted longer than it should have. Now you got 2 other guys that are 21, 20 years old.
Still a message. Like he sent a message with McTavish. I like he's gonna push
McTavish is $7 million till 2031. That's a hell of a deal.
That's a great deal. Yeah. So like
you could put.
He's gonna probably do the same thing with them. Like,
those guys. No. Those guys are more.
Well, no. I mean, like, yeah, they're gonna probably get more, but like, it's gonna be hard negotiation. He's not gonna just bend over. I don't think.
We'll see. I mean, is it going to be a bridge? See, let's just use Leo Carlson here.
That's
a bridge, or is it going to be long? And if it's long term, we're talking into the $80 million to $100 million range.
Well, you're talking about 9 to 10.
Yeah. Well, 8 times 10 plus, maybe more.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, it's not just up to the team. It's all now. It's like players have a lot of power.
Yeah.
And now they see what's happening, where the cap is gonna go. Not easy, but there's 2 sides of the coin. We'll see. I'm actually curious.
Yep.
They got Dostal on a great deal. Hey, Duke.
So you can throw Anaheim into this mix, but
I think they'd be there. But I think the fact that they still have these 2 huge guys looming, that it is still. I'm with you, Kevin. A little bit wait and see, but and I've been, and as a guy that has some rooted interest, like this is the team I rooted for growing up. Like I've been pretty critical of Pat Verbeek playing such hardball with some of these guys, where it's clear they are part of the future. They're your type of player, and the image you're trying to generate of this team, and you're still nickel and diming them a little bit and forcing them to hold out at start of camp. I've been critical of that, but hey, it's worked to this point. I'm not sure it'll go the same way with the likes of Gauthier and Carlson because, like you said, Kevin, I think these guys are showing they might be on a different level than the guys they've already negotiated with. Like Lacombe, that one was much shorter, right? It was like here's a big ticket. Yeah, thanks for coming out. Thanks for your service.
Yeah, but that's a defenseman.
Yes. Oh yeah, and
that's a bit different.
And they're a little thinner at that area, right?
Yeah.
Like they have guys like Zellweger and Minchikov are playing full time right now. I think they're parts of the puzzle. Trouba and Gudis on expiring deals.
Trouba is having a good season.
Yes, the whole team is, right? I mean, they're the reason where they're at. They're kind of playing very well top to bottom.
Yeah,
so.
I think they're a little bit overachieving.
I think that's very fair. I think it's fair here in the early going.
Nice to see, man. Why not?
Over to the Gridiron, Thursday night football, yet another divisional matchup here on a Thursday night on Prime Action. New England Patriots hosting the New York Football Jets. Both teams on winning streaks, but hate to say it, it's a lot of points, but I'm taking the Pats to cover 13.5 tonight at home against their divisional rival.
One line, and one line only.
They're going to cover
too many points for a divisional game.
13.5. You think they're going to cover?
Yeah, I think, and we heard Christopher Price talk about it a little bit too. Like, it's very well, like the Patriots. This is not a team that is on a big. They're not the Chiefs. They're not the Bills. They're not these teams that have had consecutive years of success where maybe an overlooked game could happen. Like
too many points.
This is the team coming out of the depths of the league.
I'm glad it's not my pick.
Yeah, I'm. I don't envy Kevin that this. And Kevin's always complaining. I always get the hard games to pick.
Is this your voice, Kevin?
Yeah, that is a spot on impression of Kevin Karius. It's
whatever.
I wish you well, but I'm out on this.
Really? Right. Well, so I'm out too because obviously.
Well, I think you would be out on it anyways.
Wow.
I think if this was Kevin's pick, he would be taking the Pats.
I hope the coach is. I hope the coach is very cozy because you might be very depressed.
I'll be curled up into it.
Two cats all over him, licking off the milk while he's eating sad ice cream.
I don't have any ice cream right now. I might have to pick some up on the way.
Yeah, you should,
just in case. The couch came with pillows.
Oh,
it came with like two. What do you call them? Throw pillows.
Yeah.
Really? Did you buy it of a legitimate place or Craigslist?
Right here in the mall. Our friends down at the Brick.
Oh, did you get a deal?
No. Well, they
lying outside of a dumpster, just leaning up against a dumpster.
Highest bidder to the bro. Yeah, I had to fix the leg on it. It was a throwaway one. I'm kidding.
No deal, hey.
They gave. Well, I didn't go in there and be like, hey, I work for Sports 1440 and you guys sponsor it. I'm not Josh. Josh does that at the bars to try and get free drinks. He names drop.
Where?
He name drops at first round.
Really?
Once again, proud partner, as is the Brick. But I did negotiate with him. Like I got delivery included in the price, which is like it's $90. It's not a huge deal.
They usually throw it at you anyway.
They don't.
No.
They did.
Before we get to the last question, another texter just fired up Montreal.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think they'd be in the mix as well.
Good answer, and that came in from JP.
Lastly,
is the Slavkovsky deal gonna age well?
That's a fair point.
Thank you.
This month, November, we're approaching the halfway point of it, is National Peanut Butter Lovers Month. I'd put myself in this category. I love peanut butter. I prefer it chunky. I like the pieces of the peanuts in there still. But the best brand of peanut butter. This is a hotly contested debate, much like there's some. I think peanut butter, one of those things where people will only buy their brand.
Yeah.
Kind of like I know a lot of people with the soy sauce has to be China Lily or certain type of a hot sauce.
China Lily? What is China Lily?
Soy sauce.
It's soy sauce.
Oh, like I never heard about it.
Oh, it's most people I know that's what they go for. But as you
have you ever been in a good good sushi place?
You'll point out, laddie, that I hang out with,
Kikkoman or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
That's all the sushi places use.
For peanut butter, I think the best brand right here, Canadian brand. I'm taking Kraft.
Kraft smooth peanut butter. That's what we buy.
Yeah.
Better than Jif's, I'd say. Is it Jif?
Jif, yeah.
Skippy.
No, I would go with Kraft. You
I'm unqualified to answer this question. I have never bought a jar of peanut butter.
I'm with you.
I always keep forgetting that, Kevin.
Yeah, never bought a jar of peanut butter in my life. Ever.
Like you just don't like the taste?
Never bought one.
You've never tried it.
I had a spoonful when I was a kid and I never had it since.
Because you didn't like it?
No, it's terrible.
What about like in a type of type of ice cream or something like?
Yes, I that's my go-to. I eat chocolate peanut butter, and the peanut butter is like a big pieces in it. Haagen-Dazs.
I could barely choke down a Reese's peanut butter cup or whatever you call it.
Okay, so you have had
Well,
peanut butter.
okay, but that's
that's predominantly peanut butter.
That's a Reese's. At Halloween, I've choked one down, but that's it.
Yeah,
unqualified.
Well, let's just bring him a peanut butter jam sandwich.
I'm not going to eat it.
You won't eat it.
You're one of those
You gotta
guys.
be that stubborn.
I just don't want it.
I don't want it. That's
Great
impression. Oh,
oh my God, we
All
gotta
right,
cry.
we gotta
dude.
get to Doobie. He's coming up here. He's probably getting ready.
Oh,
is Doobie
my.
on the phone or is he? He's on the phone. Well, so you got to ask him some good questions. So think about
About what?
Well, I don't know.
Well, he's a goaltender.
How many years you guys played together?
Obvious. I don't even know, man.
5, 4?
I don't know. Like
I'll look it up right away.
It's
probably 3.5, 4.
I'd say probably 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
Great guy.
Yeah.
Well, we got to be talking goaltenders, no?
Well, I
Like,
would
it's
assume
not-
so.
Like, I'm not going to be asking him defense or forwards. He doesn't understand it. It's like me talking about forwards or goalies. I just don't understand them.
Okay.
I like with the national team. They like ask me. It's like, so what do you think about this forward? I was like, I don't care. I'm not qualified because I never played the position.
Hey, Devin Dubna coming up right after the break. It's Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram.
They're not just a grocery store. They're a butcher, a baker, a cafe, deli, rotisserie pizza, and restaurant, all under one roof. Loca Quality Market does food differently with 2 locations to serve you. Edmonton and Sherwood Park. Visit loca.ca.
I'm getting McDonald's. You want anything?
Oh, yeah. I'll get I've got to get 2 cheeseburgers, medium fries, and a medium fountain drink for $9.99. Hey, maybe I'll eat 1 cheeseburger right away and save one for later. Maybe I'll stack them and eat them both at once. Options. Oh, delicious, delicious options.
So 2 cheeseburgers, fries, and drink?
How'd you know?
You were thinking out loud again. Get yourself a 2 cheeseburger meal for just $9.99 plus tax for a limited time only at participating McDonald's restaurants.
Getting in on the sports action you want is as easy as playing at sportselect.com. Simply make your picks online, generate your QR code, and lock in your bet at your local Lotto Spot retailer. Then sit back, watch the game, grip your chair, and high-five anyone nearby. Every bet is 100% legal with the chance of winning cash in hand. Sports Select. When you're ready to play, bet on the original. Must be 18 plus to play. Play responsibly.
Whether you're at home, in the car, or on the move, you're never more than a tap away from Sports 1440. Download the radio player or iHeart app today so you can get all access anytime to Edmonton's only sports radio station, Sports 1440.
Don't look now, but I think we're being followed.
Oh, that's just my Fountain Tire sidecar.
Well, they're driving pretty close.
Because they're attached.
Save up to 15% on select tires until December 13th.
Cool.
Plus, get up to $125 off a set of 4 Goodyear tires.
Anything else?
Get $50 off a $150 service when you buy those tires.
Well, that's handy.
Yep.
And weird.
Well, I love my Fountain Tire sidecar.
Book your appointment online today. Restrictions apply. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Diablo Boots sells only Canadian-made work and biker boots made by Canada West. No American or boots made in China, so no tariffs. All of Diablo's boots have replaceable soles and heels for longer life. Sizes 6 to 14 triple E. Buy quality, buy Canadian. And support Canada West and Diablo, the 2 best names in the boot business. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Buy Canadian. They're terrific.
At Sherwood Honda, SUV must stand for Sell Us Vehicles. Because if you have an SUV, Sherwood Honda sure would love to buy it. Any make, any model. If you're driving an SUV that's in good shape and yours to sell, you should turn around and head to Sherwood Honda for a really good price. And if you're not driving an SUV, that's okay. Sherwood Honda sure would still be happy to sell you a vehicle too.
With over 30 years of sports experience, this is the Kevin Karius Show, brought to you by Sports Select.
Bet on the original at sportselect.com. Please play responsibly.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 10:22 in Edmonton, just waiting the arrival of Devin Dubnyk, who is ready to rock and roll. Have we got him, Duke? He just jumped out, so just awaiting the arrival of Devin Dubnyk. And so I was looking at this year, laddie. They had 6 goaltenders the year that you were traded to Calgary, the Oilers.
Yeah, it was a mess with Dallas Eakins. The Swarm.
The Swarm. What? Explain the Swarm.
Well, outnumbering the opposition, making I that's what I understood, making let's say they're battlers in the corner, put everybody there. My belief is you got to trust your teammates to end the battle, to kill the play, and then you can outnumber it and dig out the puck and then have the options coming out there. But it wasn't working for us very well. The Swarm.
So like when you guys were doing video or whatever, Dallas would be at the front saying, all right, swarm.
Pretty much.
Or on the bench too?
Yeah, everybody knew what the system was. Like you got to follow the system, but at the same time, it wasn't working. And you were keep pounding and doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Isn't it a definition of insanity?
Yeah, when you keep doing it,
I wasn't a big fan of the Swarm, to be honest.
Wow.
Like I like outnumbering the opposition, but there's got to be certain triggers or certain things that you have to accomplish to do that, and it starts with winning one-on-one battles, putting the opposition on the wall. Then you can bring other guys closer. Otherwise, if you go there too early and the guy's got a free hands and a puck, these guys gonna make a play even in a tight places. So,
all right, let's welcome in Devin Dubnyk, teammate of Laddie for 4+ years, 5 maybe, whatever it was. Morning, Doobie. You're with Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. I'm in beautiful Secaucus, New Jersey here, so I got plenty of time.
What's going on?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. Wow.
Yeah, it's NHL Network studios are out here, so you guys got me on a good week. Got some free time.
Good stuff. Hey, well, we were just talking about the Swarm. What do you remember about the Swarm?
Remember Dallas Eakins?
Swarm defense, 5 guys in the corner.
Yeah.
I remember
everybody is a huge fan of it.
I remember some interesting still shots of having like 4 guys in a pile, and then the puck just popping out and it being a 3-on-1, 2-on-0, pick your poison in front of the net.
Yes, that's what you want to do. You want to vacate the most dangerous ice and just go on the wall.
It's like it was such a minor league play. Like, yeah, you swarm when guys aren't capable of making plays. I think you were just talking about that. But then you're going to do that against the best players in the world. They get the puck, they're just going to make a play. It's over.
Can you imagine playing Swarm against Leon and Connor? They would have 200 points.
Well, exactly. I mean, Connor can stick handle through 4 guys at once anyway.
Yeah.
So you could just leave him in the corner with 4 guys on him, and then you'd have 4-on-1 in front of the net.
I'm glad that he remembers it so well, too, because people
have to say Swarm defense. You just said Swarm.
Hey, but like honestly, like people still ask me to this date, like about Dallas and his Swarm defense, man. And I'm like, every time I get asked that, I start laughing instantly.
Yeah, the Swarm defense got me traded.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, okay. I was looking at the roster from that year. That was the last year, and then Laddie was traded to Calgary, as you know, Doobie. But we were mentioning goaltenders. So Ilya Brizgalov was here. How much time did you guys sort of intersect here?
Gosh, it would have been maybe a month or 2.
Okay,
probably a couple months.
Was it a good sample for you of him? What can you tell him? Tell us.
Yeah, Briz is Briz. He's like he's exactly what he is in interviews on TV. He's like that all day. He's a character. He's funny around the room. I mean, the only thing I didn't love about Briz, not personally, but like I didn't like the way he reacted when things weren't going well in games. He kind of, and that was, a thing I think with teammates in the past too. Like little things. If the game was going off the rails, he'd like stop the puck behind the net, which really just screws your D-man over. And so his attitude kind of wasn't great if things weren't going well. But I mean, he was a funny guy. It was hard to stay focused sometimes when you were playing a game, because he'd be talking about like Russian airlines in between periods, and he'd be telling me about like not to get on a plane in Russia or just something like that. And I'm like, dude, like not right now, but
yeah, that's in the middle of the game. Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on going to Russia anytime soon or get on a plane. But
would he blame his teammates for mistakes then? If
I mean, I'd heard that in the past. There's just like almost a little bit of childish stuff. Like I know in Arizona, I heard a story there where it was just that I think they ended up winning the game 4-3 or 5-4 or something like that. But they were up by 3 goals, and the other team scored 2 right at the end. But they still won the game in regulation, and he just like stormed off the ice, like he was pissed. And that didn't go over well with the guys. So just kind of stuff like that they're not really one-offs. But when things are going well, obviously he's fine. He's a funny guy. I know guys like being around him. I think there's just kind of a collection of things like that, and you got to show character when things aren't going your way too, right? It can't just be everybody's a good guy when things are going well, and you can't just go off the rails if things aren't.
Yeah. Devin Dubnyk with us on Sports 1440. We probably want to talk about the Oilers' goaltending situation, and you know it very well being here for your years. And before I want to get to any comparisons, have you seen anything watching Stu or even Cal this year that that you've kind of noted and seen their play compared to maybe years past?
I haven't seen Pickard much. I've watched Stu a little bit. It was tough at the start because he was playing well, and again, it's like when you're not having success, everybody jumps on the goaltenders, and in the past that's kind of maybe been the case, but at the start it wasn't really the case. And then there was a period now that he struggled a little bit. So I definitely see a little bit of a change in his stance. He seems his feet seem a little wider, a little lower. He's sliding around a little bit to get to where he needs to go, which I don't love. That could also just be a one-off in a game. But he battles. He's just in such an impossible situation that he's got to go about day to day. And I respect the hell out of him for being able to compete and perform the way he does, because you look at, coming back into playoffs last year in an absolutely impossible situation, and he did great. He could have fallen off the rails there. You get Calvin Pickard's a local hero at 6-0. You're now coming back when you got pulled out because you didn't play well. I mean, that could have gone south, and instead he played great. And it's the same thing this year. Unless he can really string together an extended period of wins, the questions are always going to be there, and it's a difficult way to play, and I don't see any way around it.
Like, I mean, and you went through it here too as well. Could be different situation, different time. You know what it's all about. You know what he's going through.
He's a local kid too, man. It puts like a little bit of extra pressure. Yeah, and even at the beginning of the season, right? Like I heard some interviews on TV, and like he's on a short leash, and like this was mentioned on TV. One of the people on the Sportsnet said that, like you're trying not to pay attention to stuff like that or rumors, but still, like somebody tells you that like by accident, you read that I can imagine, man. Like I don't want to make excuses for him. Still, like you're in the NHL, you gotta deal with that. But like you said, he's in an impossible situation.
Well, you go talk to somebody who doesn't know anything about hockey. They probably know about the Oilers goaltending situation. Like you don't need to go read anything to know that it's there. And a little bit for Pickard too. I was thinking about this, where it's so it's got to be so hard because these are two guys. So you have Pickard last year, you know, the constant talk about changing goalies and bringing somebody else in and all this. And so you got, and you know, to a degree it's warranted in some ways, but if you're Skinner, you're like, okay, well, I was just 1 win away from winning the Stanley Cup and then 2 wins away from the Stanley Cup, and it's still here. And if I'm Calvin Pickard, I went in last year and did everything plus what you'd ever ask for out of a backup goaltender. He came in, was 6-0, turned the team around, got them to where they were, Stanley Cup final, like to have a chance to get to the Cup final. And they're still talking about replacing him. And if you're in Pickard's situation, like, and what else can you do? You're presented with an opportunity to go in and do something as a backup goalie, and you perform at much higher expectations than anybody thought you would. And then you come back next year and all you hear is about them replacing you or finding somebody else. And again, there's part of it where they do need to get an upgrade of some sort. But then there's also part of it is like, what else do you expect from these guys?
Yeah. I want to just change gears a little, Doobie, and talk about the Canadian Olympic goaltending situation. Now, are you de facto that Binnington is number one because of what he did last year at Four Nations? Or are you a guy where you look at how some of the guys have played this year, including Logan Thompson, are, you know, like just pushing the envelope here a bit?
Yeah, I think they're pushing the envelope. You know, I think that it's going to take a lot to kind of dethrone Binnington from the opportunity when you get there, to get in there and do it. I mean, that goes a long way, what he did in Four Nations. And, you know, he wasn't a world beater before then either, going into Four Nations. So to have that experience and show that in big games what he does, that goes a long way. So unless he really, really falls off or struggles at the Olympics, I have to imagine that he's going to be your de facto number one guy. But it'll depend on how long the leash is, I guess, leading into it. And then, yeah, you've got Logan Thompson, obviously, with Montembeault probably falling out of that mix. You know, Darcy Kemper's creeping in there. Heard some talk. Why not Jake Allen? Why not Jake? You know, you don't think of him as a guy, but then you go look at what he's done this year. Why not? So it's same thing going into Four Nations. There's not like that's our guy other than Binnington because of Four Nations, but the way he's played this year, you know, you'd assume Logan Thompson, but I don't know. There's not one guy that you're like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I like Binnington. Like I feel like he's a gamer, you know,
yeah, exactly. And he's shown it.
Right. Like, don't underestimate that. Like he is a gamer. Like he doesn't have to have like the best stretch leading up to it. But I feel like when bigger the game gets, he is just there and he's better and better. And he showed that at like Four Nations. So like for me too, like for me right now, he's the clear number one. But it's good to have a guy like Logan Thompson. He's playing really, really good. He's up there in all the stats. Like, you know, like if he's got 2 bad games, and don't get me wrong, it's like you're like the team in front of you is incredible. So
yeah,
you just have to make the saves you have to make and then some extra, but there's not going to be that many of them.
Yeah.
Unless you're playing, I don't know, US or like, I don't want to crap on other teams, but I don't know how many teams can really challenge Canada. Maybe US, Sweden. Yeah. I just don't see anybody else. Sorry.
You know, when it comes to goalies too, Doobie, it's crazy, and he's not even on the radar, but he has the most starts. He has the most wins. His goals against is right in there with the very best. Save percentage. He's played more games, more time on the ice, and that's Scott Wedgwood.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't even come into the conversation here.
Well, and that's similar to a Jake Allen thing. Like, I think for both of those guys, like, why not? And if they continue to do that, why not? And a Wedgwood, they both have history with Hockey Canada, albeit, you know, longer ago. But I think it would be smart for Hockey Canada to start considering those guys, because for that exact reason, like, you're taking a guy, they're showing what they can do. I mean, Jake Allen's been around for a very long time. Scott Wedgwood's been around for a while as well, but this year especially with everything you just listed off. is like, why wouldn't you take that guy as a third, possibly a second, and have him there? So,
well, and Wedgwood might not even be the best goalie on the team right now.
Yeah, that's the good thing for Colorado to have. Like, they need it right now. But
yeah,
for sure.
Anything goaltending across the league, Doobie, that you maybe just want to close out here with? I mean, we were watching like Vasilevsky last night. Tough game for him. Just anything top of mind that you wanted to maybe throw out there?
Yeah, the dreaded blown wheel. He caught the outside edge coming across, and I was like, "Oh no, I've done that. I've done that plenty of times before." But the guy missed the pass, so like it never actually ended up in the net. You just look like an idiot. But I felt pretty bad for him. Yeah, you know what? Interesting. We were talking about it this week. The league average save percentage is below 900, which is strange. And couple things looking at it. I get asked why. It's not because the goalies are worse. I can tell you that much. It's not. That's certainly not the case. The skill level, the execution, the way that the offense is created now. I'm watching highlights where there's 3 or 4 goals a game that, like, if one of those happened in a game, if that ever happened to Laddie, he'd be sent to the minors. And it happens like 4 or 5 times a night, and it's just like, oh, there it is, like 3 or 4 cross seam through the box, like. And so it's a combination of like a little bit of lack of defense, but also just the skill level and execution of these guys to rip it tape to tape. And the way they can get shots off, I think, is through the roof. And then also, there's not a bad shot on net is considered a turnover now. And that's not just this year. That's kind of been a trending thing. But guys don't just throw pucks on net anymore. There's no shots on net that don't have a purpose. They're looked at as turnovers. They're frowned upon. So goalies don't get nearly as many like feeler shots where you can go in a game and be like, oh, I had 10 saves that, my kid could have got in front of that pad your stats. Those don't really happen anymore. So I think a combination of all of this, I don't see it. I think this will become more of the norm. I don't see it drastically swinging the other way just because of everything I just touched on.
Yeah, good points on that. And again, even a few years ago, if you had a shot that was, call it 6 inches wide, and maybe you made a glove save, they would register that as a shot. Now,
not Minnesota, but yes, most places.
Good stuff.
The guy in Minnesota, actually, we had a talk with him after the first year I was here.
Oh, really?
And he truly thought the NHL had to talk with him because he actually thought that it was his job to determine whether or not the guy was trying to score, because whether or not it was a shot, because what got brought up was that he never counted shots that were from the other end or from the red line, dump in, stuff like that. And yes, I mean, they're not going to go in, but if everybody else in the league is getting those shots, like if nobody else in the league got those shots, then it doesn't matter. But if everybody else in every other building is getting these shots, you need these shots. And so we talked with him, and he literally thought his job was to determine if the player was trying to score a goal or not. And if he wasn't, then it wasn't a shot on goal. And I was like, oh my goodness. But yes, now with the betting and everything, they need to be precise and make sure so nobody's getting any freebies outside the net.
How'd that conversation go, Doobie, when you had it with that guy in Mitty?
He was okay. We had to bring the NHL in because our goalie coach tried to talk to him a bunch of times, and he was very dismissive and said, "No, I know what I'm doing here."
That's the same thing. And at the old Drexel, when we were trying to get a hit, you had to absolutely blow people out to get a hit. But then you went to US, and I could just touch you, and I would have like 9-10 hits a game. I was like,
I remember you guys talking about that. We were in Florida, I think, and everybody had like 5 or 6 hits. Like guys that don't even hit people just somehow had like 5 in the game. I had 26 shots when I felt like I had 9. It was like felt like I had 0 shots. I somehow had almost 30. I'm like, this is great.
Yeah, exactly. What a market.
Hey, Doobie, thanks for this. What do you got cooking? And so what's your show look like for today on NHL Network?
NHL Now today, which you can actually see on Sportsnet in Canada. We do the first hour. It's a 2-hour show, and the first hour airs in Canada. If you guys want to tune in, it'll be 3 o'clock Mountain Time. We're 5 to 7 Eastern. It's a fun show. It's kind of a pre-show for the games, laid back. We cover lots of stories, different topics. It's a lot of fun.
I still don't understand why we don't get the NHL Network as part of our packages up here. We get the NFL Network, but we don't get the NHL network. I don't understand. So,
That's a strange one. They're an employer, so I won't rip on it too much, but they certainly could do a better job of making the channel a little more accessible.
Yeah. Thanks, Doobie. Appreciate it. Take care. We'll talk soon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
It's, Devin
Have a
Duke.
good one, bud.
Yeah.
See ya.
That was funny with Breeze Galave talking about, well, you don't want to go on this, in between periods and even probably on a bench.
My God, man. Yeah.
Don't go on that KLM airline or whatever it is.
That's a great airline. I
don't know.
That's a Dutch airline.
Okay.
You're comparing Dutch and Russian airline.
Whatever.
My God,
You know a Russian airline?
Yeah, I've flown on that Aeroflot.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You don't even know the geography in Europe.
I do.
No, you don't.
Sure I do.
Dude, like I've asked my kids about the map of Europe. They have no idea because you don't get.
You should do world capitals with Duke. He can go every country, every state.
I can't do that, but
I know European geography quite well.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I can like you can have a map, and it's a little tough down in like in the Balkans. Like if you just like point at the outline of a country, and
Balkans is hard because the Yugoslavia got split.
That's what I mean.
there's
So
a
like if
bunch
you
of-
point at this outline, I'm like, is that Kosovo or is that Montenegro? Like
Yeah.
I'll mix up those ones, but
Yeah.
I know all the capital cities in Europe and stuff like that. It's one of my little habits.
That's what he. That's when he
That's
goes.
what I
he
do
goes
with
to the bar.
That's
when
what I
he
do
goes
with
to
my
the bar,
spare time, laddie.
Sits at the bar. Hey.
Hey,
do you know the
challenge me with the capital.
You know
cities
the
of
the
Europe.
capital of Slovenia, sweetheart. Yeah.
Is it Ljubljana?
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, like, can you imagine? I know a lot about cats and the capital cities of Europe. That's a conversation starter. Every city I miss or every country I miss, I have to take a shot. My God, man. Oh,
Well, we'll come back and wrap things up, maybe with some state capitals, world capitals, European capitals. Bratislava.
That's where our
Slovak.
World Juniors U18
Yeah.
is
See?
gonna be there for.
Now,
3
there
weeks.
was another country, Kyle, years and years ago, it got disbanded. I got to check it out because that's where my.
You mean the Russian Union?
No. Listen,
Sorry. Well,
What?
It's just like
No, because that's
What-
where
what?
that's where my great grandparents came from.
Well, not a Yugoslavia and
No,
Russian
it
Union.
was just, because it was different. They spoke High German, but they weren't from Germany.
Eastern and Western Europe, Eastern and Western Germany. They were split too. There was the wall.
No. We're talking in the 1800s.
Oh, Habsburg monarchy.
Oh,
Yeah, well, the Austrian Empire. They ruled for 400.
but it was
years.
more towards
We were-
Russia. It was more towards Russia, the country, but it's been again disbanded. I'll have to get it from my mom. I have it all in a little book. at
Well,
home.
bring it.
I
Here.
will. Yeah. All right. We're back to wrap things up on the Kevin Carey Show on Sports 1440, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram.
Top quality flooring, locally owned, and Canadian products from Beaulieu. Yeah, that's CFI.
CFI what?
No, CFI, Custom Floors Inc.
From free estimate to professional installation, contact Custom Floors Inc. at customfloorsinc.ca.
Getting in on the sports action you want is as easy as playing at sportselect.com. Simply make your picks online, generate your QR code, and lock in your bet at your local Lotto Spot retailer. Then sit back, watch the game, grip your chair, and high-five anyone nearby. Every bet is 100% legal with the chance of winning cash in hand. Sports Select. When you're ready to play, bet on the original. Must be 18 plus to play. Play responsibly.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions, take one for Gene Principe. Are you ready, Gene?
Ready? I'm not just here to make a thermal couple of bucks. I'd never just microphone it in.
Take one.
Tall legacy, tall legacy.
Nice.
Boom! I'm a musical genius.
Legacy's going to love this for furnace season.
What's not to love with no interest and no Principe payments for 1 year?
Are you always like this?
Yep, unlike a furnace, I have no filter.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Andrew Walker, host of the postgame show on Sports 1440. After every hockey game this season, tune in and chime in as we talk about the game. It's all sponsored by Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Don't get left in the cold. Visit legacyheating.ca.
Hey everybody, it's Gene Principe and Jason Strudwick. Join us on a 7-night cruise through the Mexican Riviera, leaving from Los Angeles and including Cabo, Mazatlan, Puerto Vallarta, and more. While we relax and cruise the tropical waters and have some drinks with umbrellas in them, you could attend an intimate meet and greet with legends like Bill Ranford, Jason Strudwick, Kelly Buchberger, Ron Lowe, Jack Michaels, Louis DeBrusque, and more. Don't miss out on every hockey fan's dream cruise, the Edmonton Hockey Legends Cruise. It's going to be one hell of a trip. Price start at just $23.99. Part of the proceeds support the Ben Stelter Foundation and Kids with Cancer. The Edmonton Hockey Legends Cruise, July 2026. Visit cast.tours/Edmonton or call 1-833-347-7678. Book now and save $500 per cabin when you mention promo code Stingray Radio. That's cast.tours/Edmonton.
Every morning, you look in the mirror and see less of yourself. Hair loss can feel like losing a part of who you are.
But it doesn't have to be that way. Hi, I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. At Advanced Hair and Skin Surgery, we understand the pain of hair loss. Our advanced hair restoration solutions won't just bring back your hair, they'll help you face the mirror with confidence.
Good morning, you sexy beast.
Visit drvanceelliott.com today because it's time to be the man you remember.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. The Kevin Karius Show is presented by Sports Select. Get in on the action with NFL football tonight. We got the Thursday Nighter. Bet on the original at sportselect.com. It's 100% legal. You got to be 18 plus. Please play responsibly. Richard texted in Ottoman Empire? No. Chad, KK, are you thinking Lithuania? No. My brother texted in the Fu Man, and he said that it was Bessarabia, which we looked up. Duke is now part of Moldova, correct?
Correct. I believe including the capital city was in the region.
And again, it was part of a historical region in Eastern Europe. So I was correct.
Good job. I had no idea.
It says the two rivers there, modern day Moldova and parts of Ukraine. It was part of the Russian Empire from 1812. Came under Soviet control in 1940. There you go. That's a rich history there, Laddie. You thought I was making it all up.
No, I'm glad I got educated on something so insignificant.
Walter texts in and says, the Swarm sounds like what I see at my 5-year-old grandson's soccer matches.
Oh, yeah. Wherever the ball is, everybody surrounds it. That's just like hockey, but we played it on the bigger stage. Unfortunately, it didn't work out very well for us.
I wish I would have been able to hear like something on the bench or even in the video room or in the locker room. Okay, you guys, swarm.
And you're just thinking in your head, are you effing kidding me with this? You know it's not working. Well, hey, at first, like you give it a shot, right? But if something doesn't work, hey, let's be the big boy and it's like admit it. Hey guys, it's not working out for us. Our team is not built for it. So maybe we gonna adjust a few things and just play the right way and maybe just wait for people finishing their job and then maybe use the Swarm. Not just
Dallas Aikens got better his second go around in Anaheim as a head coach, I think. When he went down to San Diego, he learned a lot down there. I don't think he wasn't.
What
ready.
do you mean learn? Like he already had to he was pretty good coach with Marlies. Like I heard.
Well, what happened here?
I don't know, man. Like he came and he was different. I heard great things about him when he was with Marlies, like players coach, and like I don't know if he had some kind of conversation with the management here that he needs to be harder on guys and stuff like that. And he was, I don't know how to explain it. It was just weird talking to him. He was like very stern, I don't think he's a bad guy, but just I don't know. He was trying to be something that he was not. I feel like that's my personal belief.
Not
a bad guy though.
The thing with Dallas, it always comes to me was when he left here and he held a news conference for like an hour and some, and everyone was like because he would go on and on and on, but he was being asked about personnel and things and changes, and he came up with this because Craig McTavish was GM, and he said, "Well, Craig's on it, Mac T's on it." Craig is on. He said it about 15 times in this news conference. Rob Tychkowski, I think you know from The Sun, he got on this, and that's the phrase here. And did you ever see the video?
No.
So he went back and redid a little thing. So, and
making fun of him.
Yeah, well, yeah, he did. But the one thing was like the one line I'll always remember. It was like he'd go on and he said, "Okay, Dallas, there's a pony outside here. Do you think I could ride it?" And then he'd cut to Dallas and go, "No, Craig's on it." And then they would go back to Tychkowski and go, "Well, I know he's on it now, but like once he's done, do you think I could get on it?" No. And it went on and on and on. It was quite funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was funny. But I mean, I never had anything bad exchanges with him.
I don't think he's a bad guy. It's just his system wasn't working, and like the team stuck with it. But
MTR says Kevin was all the stories about the media.
The donut,
the food true with it. I never saw that either.
I heard something that he took the donuts away, but like whatever.
That I never ever saw that.
But look at it. It served Kevin well.
Look at it.
He's
temple.
skinny.
It's a temple. Yeah.
This
is a long time ago.
I wouldn't call it a temple.
Well, what?
You look good for your age, but don't call it a temple. Like especially when you look at me across the table.
Duke, well, he was with your Ducks. JP says the Ducks were terrible with Dallas.
And I was actually just in the middle of sending a reply to, they were supposed to be terrible. Like that was the time with the team. Like, I agree with you, Laddie. Like, he seems like he was a good guy. And I do think he learned from his time in Edmonton at the NHL level, had a lot of success with San Diego again. That's why he got promoted to the big club. But like the team was in full teardown mode. Like he was essentially a sacrificial lamb to be like, hey, you've coached a lot of these guys in the minors for the last couple of years. They're now at the NHL level. Continue that relationship. Keep building them as players. And then when we're actually ready to turn a corner, you're not going to be a part of it. And that's exactly what happened. And with another guy in the middle, Greg Cronin, who also essentially just got fed to the wolves for 2 years.
And he has to, you got to give him some credit for their success this year so far.
Oh, for sure. Because like it was a big talking point around the league and in media circles that like the players, Greg Cronin, not a player's coach. Like he was very hard on them and tried to instill a lot of hard lessons. And I think now the team and listen, Joel Quenneville is one of the best to ever do it. They're kind of reaping the rewards of some of those hard lessons that the younger guys learned under Cronin.
Yeah, I agree. Like this coach being too hard on you. Like, my God, what a generation. Like, it's a soft generation. I'm sorry. Like, nobody asked me what my opinion is. Like, and I'm not saying there was a lot of wrong things when I joined the league, but I'm glad I went through that. That McT was hard on me. That other coaches were hard on me. Like, I wouldn't have learned those lessons. But like sobbing about, oh, he's hard. You're in the NHL. You're making millions, dude. You're a pro. Like, do you think at a job there's all the people are gonna be on the regular job? All the people are gonna be nice to you? No, if you're not performing, they're gonna try to get it out of you. And guess what? It's not gonna be. Yeah, some people need like a softer approach, but from my experience, most of them, like if you're not doing your job, like what is the other way? Well,
what do you got cooking this weekend, laddie? Hockey.
Hockey. My son's got a tournament. Yeah. Practice today, Friday game, Saturday 2 games, Sunday game. Gonna be busy. Then watching some of the NHL games, talking to the U20D coach, doing some scouting for him. So a lot of hockey watching. I'm kind of
hockeyed
out.
Well,
but you know what? It's winter. That's what it is.
You're gonna watch the Grey Cup on Sunday over on Duke's couch.
I don't usually watch Grey Cup, but maybe. Do you have money on it, guys? Against
no, we might throw it in. We could throw it in as a bonus question. Why not?
Yeah, why not, guys?
We have in the past.
You're two gambler degenerates. I mean,
Thanks, Laddie. Have a good week, big guy. You're back next
guys.
Thursday for sure. We got a guy coming in for an auction. I got to talk to him. He wants to come in on Thursday. So this is a guy that
auctioning off what?
Well, he already bid on it. It was at the women's dinner or the women's on-field stuff at the Double E. So he wants to come in on a Thursday.
Okay. Just a whole.
Well, what?
Just this is
Down the road.
different. No. Next Thursday, I'm expecting boneless chicken wings.
Oh,
by 10:45.
Levers.
So so Levers, if you're listening,
he is.
It better be here 10:45 a.m.
Good stuff.
Boneless chicken wings. What do we like?
Anything.
Buffalo.
Sure.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
a little
sure he'll
spicy.
got to bring a couple.
Yeah. Please
Salt and pepper,
bring a
maybe?
couple.
Salt and pepper.
This is a last time we're requesting it, or we're gonna break into your place and we're gonna take them.
Or we'll just go to
forcefully.
the taco shop.
Yeah,
Get the tacos.
Let's go to tacos if we can get this.
Yes.
Maybe. But I think we should pull a power move here.
I'm in.
Just show who the boss is.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank
Laddie.
you. Thanks, guys.
Coming up, top of the hour, it is Fantasy Frenzy with
the former Shep T-Bird,
Connor Halley, and the Duke of Delburne. 12 o'clock, the lowdown with Alan Mitchell, 2 till 4:30, the Jason Greger show. At 4:30, Andrew Walker slides in from 4:30 to 5:30 with the pregame show with Landon Ferrero, Donnie P. Greger will wrap things up till 6. We got Fox Sports all night, and we will be back with you tomorrow morning at 7 bells with Eddie Steele to wrap up the week. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by AWS Welding Supplies in Nisku. Product sales, servicing, calibrating, free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. Your one-stop shop for all things welding, awswelding.ca. Have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 7. Until then, here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
Well, let's continue their road trip with a stop in Columbus tonight, taking on the Blue Jackets for the second time this week. Puck drop coming just after 5:30 Mountain Time. Elsewhere around the league, 9 of the games, the Maple Leafs hosting the Kings in Toronto. Stars are in Montreal. Bruins taking on the Senators from our nation's capital. Panthers welcome in the Washington Capitals. Sharks taking on the Flames in Calgary. And the Nightcap has the Jets out in the Pacific Northwest against the Kraken. Earlier this morning, in case you missed it, Ottawa Senators extending Shane Pinto on a 4-year deal, carrying a cap of $7.5 million. And some sad news from the world of hockey this morning as well, as longtime beat writer Larry Brooks passing away at the age of 75. On the beat with the New York hockey scene for 38 years and enshrined the 2018 Elmer Ferguson Award for the Hockey Hall of Fame. Just 3 games on the hardwood tonight. Raptors back at it, taking on the Cavaliers from Cleveland. Tip-off there at 5 o'clock. Pacers are in Phoenix, and the Jazz host the Hawks. Coming up on Sports 1440, it is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Brandon Douglas. That's your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and